You've been given this one life. Every day you wake up with 24 hours to spend however you choose, yet so often it feels like life is slipping away. The days seem to pass in a blur of distractions, endless to-do lists, and stress that drains your energy. You tell yourself there's always tomorrow to get things right. But deep down, there's this nagging feeling that time is running out. Too many hours wasted on things that don't matter. Too many opportunities slipping away while you're caught up in trivial concerns. It's easy to get lost in the whirlwind of life, isn't it? Caught up in routines and responsibilities, we let days, weeks, and even years pass by without realizing how much time is being lost to worry, doubt, and distractions. The truth is, we live in a world that constantly pulls us in different directions, scattering our focus and keeping us from living with purpose. We find ourselves reacting to whatever life throws at us. Problems at work, family demands, endless notifications from our phones, until we forget what truly matters. This isn't how life is meant to be lived. You know this deep inside. You've felt those moments of clarity where everything seems to align, where you feel like you're on the right path. Those moments where you're fully engaged, fully alive, but they're fleeting, slipping away before you can grab hold of them, and you're left wondering, how do I get back to that place? How do I stop wasting time on things that don't fulfill me, don't challenge me, and don't make me happy? The answer isn't complicated. You don't need to wait for some miraculous change to happen. You don't need to hope that one day life will suddenly become easier or more meaningful. You can take control. You can live with intention. The key is in how you choose to live each day, each moment. And that's where the wisdom of Stoicism comes in. Stoicism is not a complex philosophy reserved for scholars or ancient thinkers. It's a practical guide for how to live a life of purpose, clarity, and strength. The Stoics believed that life's meaning comes not from outside circumstances, but from within. It's how you choose to respond to challenges, how you direct your thoughts, and how you spend your time that truly matters. Every single day, you have the power to reclaim your focus and direct your life toward what is important. But to do that, you need to clear out the clutter, the distractions, and the emotional turmoil that keeps pulling you away from what truly matters. Have you ever found yourself trapped in the endless cycle of worry, fear, and doubt? Overthinking every decision, replaying mistakes from the past, or constantly fearing the unknown? That's the mind running in circles, wasting time and energy on things that are outside your control. The Stoics taught that we can find peace by focusing on what we can control: our actions, our thoughts, and our responses. Everything else, other people's opinions, unexpected events, even the future, lies outside of our control. Once you accept that, you can let go of the need to control everything and focus on the one thing that truly matters: how you live your life today. Life is happening right now, not tomorrow, not in some distant future when everything falls perfectly into place. It's happening in every decision you make, in every moment you choose to focus on what's important or get lost in what isn't. You don't have to keep living on autopilot, letting the days slip away while you wait for the right time, the right conditions, or the right motivation. The Stoics believed that the time is always now. You don't need to wait to start living with purpose, to start living a life you can be proud of. Think about how often we waste time on things that don't really matter, worrying about what others think, getting caught up in trivial arguments, chasing after fleeting pleasures, or numbing ourselves with distractions. These are all forms of wasting life, of letting our precious time slip through our fingers while we're busy being overwhelmed by things that don't serve us. The Stoics teach that life is too short for this. Every day is an opportunity to live with intention, to focus on what truly matters, and to grow into the person you are capable of becoming. It's not about being perfect. It's about being present. It's about choosing, moment by moment, to focus on what you can control and letting go of what you can't. When you start doing this, something amazing happens. You find clarity. You find the strength to say no to distractions, to stop wasting time on things that drain your energy, and to direct your attention toward the things that truly matter, whether it's your relationships, your passions, or simply living a life filled with peace and purpose. The Stoic philosophers understood that the secret to a fulfilling life lies in simplicity. It's not about chasing after more success, more approval, more material things. It's about finding contentment in what you have, in who you are, and in the actions you take each day to live in alignment with your values. It's about cutting out the noise, the clutter, and the distractions, and living with a clear sense of what's important to you. When you strip away the unnecessary, you make space for the things that bring true joy and fulfillment into your life. But this isn't always easy, especially in a world that thrives on keeping us distracted. Everywhere you turn, there are temptations to waste time, whether it's scrolling endlessly through social media, chasing after superficial goals, or constantly seeking validation from others. These distractions pull us away from living with purpose, from building the life we truly want. But here's the thing. You have the power to take control. You have the power to say no to the distractions and yes to the things that matter most. Stoicism teaches that true freedom comes from within. It's not about being free from responsibility or hardship. It's about being free from the need to control things outside your influence. It's about being free from the constant noise of the world around you and finding peace within yourself. This kind of freedom allows you to focus on what truly matters and let go of the things that don't. Living with purpose doesn't mean your life will be without challenges. It doesn't mean you'll never face adversity or hardship. But Stoicism teaches that challenges are not something to fear. They are opportunities for growth, for building resilience, and for becoming stronger. Every setback, every difficulty is a chance to practice the Stoic virtues of patience, perseverance, and wisdom. When you stop seeing challenges as obstacles and start seeing them as opportunities, you transform your entire approach to life. This is how you stop wasting your life, by reclaiming your focus, by cutting out distractions, and by choosing to live with intention every single day. You don't need to wait for the perfect moment to start. You don't need to have everything figured out. The only thing you need is the decision to start today. The Stoic philosophers remind us that the time we have is limited, and that the way we use that time is up to us. Today is an opportunity. Right now, you can choose to stop letting life pass you by. You can choose to stop reacting to the world around you and start living with purpose and direction. It's time to stop wasting your life on things that don't matter. It's time to focus on what does. Take a moment to reflect on where you are right now. Are you living the life you want? Are you spending your time on things that truly matter to you? Or are you letting distractions, worries, and doubts take up the space where your dreams should be? The Stoics believed that every day is a chance to start fresh, to make better choices, and to live with intention. This is your chance. You have the power to take control of your life. You have the power to stop wasting time and start living with clarity, purpose, and strength. The path is clear, and it begins today. Now that you've come to this point, it's time to face one of the most common struggles in today's world: distractions. These are the silent thieves that steal your time, your focus, and ultimately your life. Distractions can come from anywhere: your phone, your environment, your own mind. They pull you away from the things that truly matter, leaving you feeling drained, unproductive, and unfulfilled. The more distracted you are, the further you drift from your purpose, and the more you risk losing control of your own life. Distractions don't always announce themselves loudly. They creep in slowly, taking over your attention bit by bit until hours, days, or even years have slipped through your fingers. You might feel busy, but being busy is not the same as being productive. True productivity comes from focused effort on things that truly matter to you. But how can you break free from this constant cycle of distractions that dominate modern life? The key is to start by understanding where these distractions come from, and then taking conscious steps to reclaim your focus. One of the greatest challenges we face today is the overwhelming amount of information thrown at us. Notifications, advertisements, and social media bombard you at every turn, each demanding a piece of your attention. These constant interruptions not only waste your time, but also fragment your ability to think deeply and make meaningful progress toward your goals. By allowing yourself to be constantly interrupted, you lose the ability to focus on what's important. The first step to breaking free from distractions is learning to say no. Saying no to distractions means more than just turning off your phone or stepping away from the TV. It means creating boundaries around your time and energy. You need to protect your attention as if it were the most valuable resource you have, because it is. When you allow distractions to take over, you're essentially giving away control over how you spend your life. The key is to recognize what's pulling you away from your goals and decide once and for all that those distractions don't deserve your time. But it's not just external distractions that get in the way. Internal distractions, your own thoughts and emotions, can be just as damaging. Your mind wanders from task to task, filled with worries about the future or regrets about the past. The Stoics believed that this kind of mental clutter is one of the biggest barriers to living a fulfilling life. The mind, when left unchecked, can become its own worst enemy. You must learn to quiet the noise within if you want to reclaim your life. To break free from internal distractions, you must first become aware of them. Many people go through life without ever realizing how much time they spend lost in thought, worrying about things that don't really matter. By practicing mindfulness and staying present in each moment, you can begin to take control of your mind. This doesn't mean ignoring your thoughts or pretending they don't exist. It means acknowledging them without letting them dictate your actions. When you train your mind to focus on what's in front of you, you gain the power to live deliberately and with purpose. The Stoics believed in focusing only on what you can control. By doing so, they freed themselves from the constant distractions of fear, doubt, and worry. You too can take this approach. When you focus on what you can control, your actions, your thoughts, your responses, you free yourself from the unnecessary noise that keeps you from making progress. This mindset shift allows you to reclaim your energy and channel it toward things that truly matter. One of the most powerful ways to break free from distractions is through the practice of single tasking. In today's world, multitasking is often seen as a virtue, but in reality, it scatters your attention and makes it difficult to do anything well. Single tasking, on the other hand, allows you to give your full attention to one task at a time, leading to deeper focus and better results. When you concentrate fully on the task in front of you, you make meaningful progress and experience a sense of accomplishment that distractions can never provide. Building habits that support focus is essential if you want to free yourself from distractions. It's not enough to simply decide to be less distracted. You need to create an environment and routine that make it easier to stay on track. Start by setting aside dedicated time each day to focus on your most important tasks. During this time, eliminate distractions as much as possible. Turn off notifications, find a quiet space, and commit fully to the task at hand. Over time, this practice will become a habit that strengthens your ability to stay focused. It's important to remember that breaking free from distractions is a process. You won't suddenly wake up one day and find that all distractions have disappeared from your life. It requires patience, persistence, and a willingness to keep refining your approach. You will slip up from time to time. The key is to stay committed to the process and continue working toward a life of focus and purpose. With each small step, you get closer to reclaiming your time and energy. One of the major benefits of eliminating distractions is the mental clarity it brings. When your mind is no longer constantly pulled in different directions, you gain a deeper sense of clarity about what's important to you. This clarity allows you to make better decisions, align your actions with your goals, and live with greater intention. You stop wasting time on things that don't matter, and instead focus your energy on the things that do. In many ways, distractions are a form of avoidance. When you let yourself get caught up in unimportant tasks, it's often because you're avoiding the things that truly challenge you. Breaking free from distractions requires the courage to face what matters most, even when it's difficult. The more you practice focusing on what's important, the more comfortable you become with facing those challenges head-on, without the crutch of distractions to fall back on. Distractions are not just a modern problem, they've existed throughout history. The Stoics understood this and developed practices to overcome them. One of the most powerful tools the Stoics used was self-reflection. By regularly reflecting on how you're spending your time and where your attention is going, you can gain insight into the distractions that are holding you back. This reflection allows you to make adjustments and course corrections that keep you moving forward. It's easy to fall into the trap of believing that distractions are inevitable, that life is just too chaotic to ever be fully focused. But that's a myth. You have more control over your attention than you realize. By being intentional about how you spend your time, by setting clear boundaries, and by practicing focus, you can take back control. The world around you may be chaotic, but your inner world doesn't have to be. The Stoic practice of journaling is a powerful way to strengthen your focus. Each day, take a few minutes to write about your distractions, what pulled you away from your goals, and how you can prevent it from happening again. This process helps you stay accountable and brings awareness to the patterns that are holding you back. Over time, journaling becomes a tool for mastering your focus and eliminating distractions. Breaking free from distractions doesn't just benefit your productivity, it transforms your entire life. When you're no longer constantly pulled away by unimportant things, you have more time and energy for the people and activities that matter most to you. Your relationships improve, your sense of fulfillment deepens, and you find yourself living with a greater sense of peace and purpose. The more you practice overcoming distractions, the easier it becomes to recognize them before they take hold. You become more aware of when you're about to get sidetracked, and you develop the discipline to stay on course. This awareness is key to maintaining focus in a world filled with distractions. It gives you the power to choose where your attention goes, rather than letting it be dictated by external forces. By removing distractions from your life, you also create space for creativity and deeper thinking. When your mind isn't constantly bombarded by interruptions, you're able to think more clearly and come up with new ideas. This mental space is essential for innovation and personal growth. The more you cultivate it, the more opportunities you'll find for meaningful progress. Breaking free from distractions is not just about saying no to the things that pull you away. It's also about saying yes to the things that matter most. By focusing your attention on your values, your goals, and the things that bring you joy, you build a life that is aligned with your purpose. This alignment brings a sense of satisfaction and fulfillment that distractions can never provide. It's important to recognize that distractions often come in the form of things that seem urgent but aren't really important. Learning to differentiate between what is urgent and what is truly important is a skill that will help you stay focused. Not every notification, email, or request deserves your immediate attention. By learning to prioritize, you can stay focused on what matters most without getting caught up in the urgency of the moment. As you begin to master the art of focus, you'll notice that your energy levels increase. Distractions drain your energy, both mentally and physically. When you eliminate them, you find that you have more energy to devote to the things that truly matter. This increased energy allows you to accomplish more, feel more fulfilled, and live with greater vitality. The process of breaking free from distractions requires discipline, but it's a discipline that leads to freedom. When you're no longer at the mercy of distractions, you gain the freedom to live on your own terms. You become the master of your time and your life. This freedom is not something that happens overnight, but it is something you can achieve through consistent effort and intentional focus. As you continue on this journey, you'll find that breaking free from distractions is not just about productivity. It's about living a life that feels meaningful and aligned with your deepest values. It's about making the most of the time you've been given and using it in a way that brings you closer to your goals. The more you practice, the more natural it becomes to live with focus, clarity, and purpose. The path to overcoming distractions is one that requires patience and persistence, but the rewards are immense. When you break free from distractions, you reclaim your life. You stop wasting time on things that don't matter and start living in a way that aligns with your purpose. This is the ultimate goal, not just to be productive, but to live a life that is meaningful, fulfilling, and true to who you are. And now, as you embark on this path, remember that the power to break free from distractions is already within you. All it takes is the decision to focus, the courage to set boundaries, and the commitment to live with intention. The more you practice, the more you'll find that distractions no longer have control over you. You have the power to reclaim your life and direct it toward the things that truly matter. Each day, each moment, is an opportunity to choose focus over distraction, purpose over chaos. The decision is yours. Now is the time to take control and live the life you've always wanted. Now that you've explored how to break free from distractions, it's time to go deeper. The next step is understanding how Stoicism, a philosophy that has stood the test of time, offers powerful tools to help you cut out distractions and zero in on what truly matters in your life. This isn't just about managing your time or staying focused. It's about reshaping your mindset, your habits, and ultimately, your entire approach to life. The distractions that pull you away from your goals don't stand a chance once you apply the core principles of Stoicism. With these principles guiding you, you can clear away the noise and make space for what truly matters. The Stoics believed that distractions come from two main sources: external events and internal thoughts. External events are things outside your control, other people's opinions, unexpected challenges, and all the noise from the outside world. Internal distractions are your reactions to these events, worries, fears, and overthinking. The Stoic approach teaches you how to handle both, starting with the understanding that external events cannot be controlled, only your response can. This is where the real power of Stoicism comes into play. When you stop trying to control what is uncontrollable, distractions lose their hold on you. Focusing on what you can control is the cornerstone of Stoicism. It means accepting that many things in life will not go according to plan, but instead of being pulled off course by every unexpected twist, you focus your energy on what you can influence: your actions, your mindset, and your response to whatever life throws at you. This is how you cut through distractions. When you focus on your own actions and thoughts, the outside world becomes less of a burden. You stop wasting time worrying about things that don't truly affect your purpose. In Stoic philosophy, one of the most essential practices for eliminating distractions is understanding the concept of dichotomy of control. This is the distinction between what you can control and what you cannot. When you fully grasp this, distractions lose their power over you. You stop chasing after things you can't influence, like other people's opinions or random events, and start directing your focus on what you can change: your behavior, your goals, and your inner peace. This clarity is what allows you to reclaim your attention and live a more purposeful life. The Stoics believed that distractions often arise from misplaced desires and attachments. We get distracted when we desire things that are fleeting, like material possessions, status, or approval from others. These desires pull us away from what really matters: living with integrity, wisdom, and purpose. By letting go of these attachments, you free yourself from distractions that don't serve you. Instead, you focus on cultivating virtues that lead to a fulfilling life. When you stop chasing what doesn't last, your attention becomes laser-focused on what truly brings value to your existence. Another key Stoic practice for cutting out distractions is mindfulness. The Stoics were masters of self-awareness, constantly reflecting on their thoughts and actions to ensure they were aligned with their values. This practice of reflection keeps you grounded in the present, allowing you to notice when distractions are creeping in and pull your attention back to where it belongs. By practicing mindfulness, you become more aware of how you spend your time and how often distractions are leading you off track. This awareness is the first step to regaining control over your attention. One of the reasons distractions hold so much power is because they provide a temporary escape from discomfort. Whether it's boredom, stress, or uncertainty, distractions offer a way to avoid uncomfortable feelings. But the Stoics teach that true growth comes from facing discomfort head-on, not avoiding it. When you embrace discomfort as a part of life, distractions lose their appeal. Instead of seeking out easy escapes, you learn to confront challenges directly, gaining strength and clarity in the process. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of living with intention. Distractions are often a result of living passively, letting life happen to you instead of actively shaping it. The Stoics believed in taking deliberate action, in choosing how to spend each moment wisely. When you live with intention, you naturally eliminate distractions because every decision is made with purpose. Your actions become aligned with your values, and anything that doesn't serve those values is easily cut away. A Stoic approach to cutting out distractions involves creating boundaries around your time and energy. The Stoics were disciplined in how they spent their days, recognizing that time is a finite resource. They understood that saying no to distractions means saying yes to what truly matters. By setting clear boundaries, whether that means limiting screen time, avoiding unproductive conversations, or creating space for deep work, you protect your most valuable asset, your attention. Another essential Stoic teaching is the concept of apatheia, or emotional equanimity. This means staying calm and composed in the face of external events without being swayed by emotional reactions. When you develop apatheia, distractions lose their power to pull you into emotional turmoil. You remain focused and centered even when life gets chaotic. This inner calm is what allows you to stay on track and keep your attention where it belongs. One of the biggest distractions in life comes from overthinking, endlessly replaying the past or worrying about the future. The Stoics teach that the only time that truly matters is the present. The past is gone and the future is uncertain. By focusing on the present moment, you free yourself from the distractions of regret and anxiety. Living in the present allows you to give your full attention to what is happening right now, leading to greater focus and a deeper sense of peace. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of simplifying your life. Distractions often arise from having too much clutter, whether that's physical clutter, mental clutter, or emotional clutter. The Stoics believed in living simply, with fewer distractions and more focus on what truly matters. By simplifying your life, you reduce the number of things that can pull you off course. You create space for clarity, focus, and purpose, making it easier to stay on track and avoid getting lost in distractions. One of the most powerful ways Stoicism helps you cut out distractions is through the practice of self-discipline. The Stoics were known for their discipline in both thought and action. They understood that distractions are a form of self-indulgence, a way of giving in to momentary impulses instead of staying focused on long-term goals. By practicing self-discipline, you strengthen your ability to resist distractions and stay committed to what truly matters. Discipline becomes a habit, and distractions become less and less appealing. Stoicism teaches that distractions are often rooted in fear: fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of uncertainty. These fears cause you to avoid difficult tasks or shy away from taking action. But the Stoics believed that fear is nothing more than an obstacle to be overcome. When you face your fears head-on, distractions lose their hold on you. You become more courageous, more resilient, and more focused on what truly matters. The things that once distracted you no longer seem important in the face of your newfound clarity. Another Stoic strategy for cutting out distractions is to practice gratitude. When you focus on what you already have rather than what you lack, distractions lose their appeal. The desire for more possessions, more recognition, more success, is a major source of distraction in modern life. But when you practice gratitude, you shift your focus from what you don't have to what you already do. This mindset shift helps you stay grounded in the present and frees you from the distractions of constant desire. One of the central teachings of Stoicism is the idea of living according to nature. This means living in harmony with the natural flow of life, rather than resisting it or being pulled away by distractions. When you align yourself with the natural order of things, you find peace in simplicity and clarity. You stop chasing after things that are beyond your control and instead focus on what is essential. This alignment with nature allows you to cut through distractions and live with greater focus and purpose. Stoicism teaches that distractions are often a sign that you're not living in alignment with your values. When your actions don't match your beliefs, it's easy to get distracted. The solution is to clarify your values and make sure your daily actions reflect them. When you live in alignment with your values, distractions naturally fall away because you're fully committed to what matters most. Every decision becomes easier because you know exactly what's important to you. A key practice in Stoicism is reflection. The Stoics believed in regularly examining their thoughts, actions, and choices to ensure they were living in accordance with their principles. This practice of reflection helps you identify the distractions that are keeping you from living fully. By taking time each day to reflect on how you spent your time and where your attention went, you gain clarity on what needs to change. This self-awareness allows you to make better choices moving forward. Stoicism also teaches that many distractions are rooted in the desire for external validation. We get distracted when we seek approval from others, trying to live up to their expectations or impress them. But the Stoics believed that true fulfillment comes from within, not from the opinions of others. When you stop seeking external validation, distractions lose their power over you. You become more focused on living according to your own values and purpose, rather than being pulled in different directions by others' expectations. The Stoics believed that distractions are often the result of a lack of focus on what is truly important. When you don't have a clear sense of purpose, It's easy to get distracted by anything that comes your way. But when you have a clear purpose, distractions lose their appeal. Everything you do is aligned with that purpose, and anything that doesn't serve it is easily discarded. This clarity of purpose is what allows you to cut through distractions and stay focused on what truly matters. One of the most powerful tools the Stoics used to eliminate distractions was the practice of premeditatio malorum, or negative visualization. This involves imagining the worst-case scenario so that you can prepare for it emotionally and mentally. By confronting potential challenges head-on, you reduce the fear and anxiety that often lead to distractions. This practice helps you stay focused on what you can control rather than being pulled away by the unknown. Stoicism also teaches the importance of resilience. Life will always throw challenges your way, and distractions often come in the form of setbacks or obstacles. But the Stoics believed that every challenge is an opportunity to grow stronger. When you develop resilience, distractions lose their ability to derail you. You stay focused on your goals, even in the face of adversity, because you know that challenges are a natural part of life. Cutting out distractions is not just about removing external noise, it's about cultivating inner peace. The Stoics believed that true peace comes from within, not from external circumstances. When you cultivate inner peace, distractions have less power over you. You're able to stay focused and calm no matter what's happening around you. This inner peace is the foundation for living a life of focus and purpose. One of the most practical ways to cut out distractions is through the Stoic practice of voluntary discomfort. This involves intentionally putting yourself in uncomfortable situations to build resilience and discipline. By doing so, you become less dependent on comfort and more capable of staying focused even when things get tough. This practice strengthens your ability to resist distractions and stay committed to what truly matters. Stoicism teaches that distractions often arise from a lack of self-control. When you're easily swayed by impulses or temptations, distractions take over. But the Stoics believed that self-control is a virtue that can be cultivated. By practicing self-control, you gain the ability to resist distractions and stay focused on your goals. This self-mastery is essential for living a life of purpose and focus. Breaking free from distractions also involves learning to accept uncertainty. The Stoics understood that life is unpredictable, and distractions often come from trying to control the uncontrollable. When you accept that some things are beyond your control, you free yourself from the distractions of worry and fear. You become more focused on what you can influence and less concerned with what you cannot. The Stoics believed that living with purpose requires constant effort. It's not enough to simply decide to cut out distractions once and expect them to stay away. You must continually practice focus, discipline, and mindfulness to keep distractions at bay. This ongoing effort is what leads to a life of clarity and purpose, free from the constant pull of distractions. In Stoicism, there is a strong emphasis on personal responsibility. The Stoics believed that you are responsible for your own life and your own choices. This means that if distractions are getting in the way of your goals, it's up to you to take action and eliminate them. By taking responsibility for your focus and attention, you empower yourself to make the changes necessary to live a more fulfilling life. Ultimately, Stoicism helps you cut out distractions by teaching you to focus on what truly matters. When you live according to Stoic principles, distractions lose their power because you're fully committed to your purpose. You stop wasting time on things that don't matter and instead direct your energy toward the things that bring meaning, fulfillment, and peace into your life. This is the power of Stoicism. It helps you live with clarity, focus, and purpose, free from the distractions that hold you back. Now that you've gained insight into cutting out distractions, it's time to go deeper into the core of Stoicism. Building unshakable mental strength. If distractions are the external forces that pull you away from what matters, then mental strength is the internal foundation that keeps you grounded, focused, and resilient. Without a strong mind, even the smallest challenges can throw you off course. But with mental strength, you can navigate life's difficulties with calmness and clarity. This is what the Stoics excelled at, and their wisdom offers powerful tools to help you build the kind of mental toughness that nothing can break. Building mental strength begins with mastering your thoughts. The Stoics believed that your thoughts are the seeds of your emotions and actions, and if left unchecked, they can easily spiral into chaos. But when you learn to observe and guide your thoughts, you gain control over how you respond to life's challenges. Mental strength is not about suppressing your emotions or pretending everything is fine when it's not. It's about managing your thoughts so that you can respond to life's difficulties with wisdom rather than being controlled by fear or anger. A key element of Stoic mental strength is understanding that you always have a choice in how you respond to situations. You cannot control everything that happens to you, but you can control how you interpret events and how you choose to react. This shift in perspective gives you immense power. When you focus on what you can control, you stop feeling like a victim of circumstances and start taking ownership of your life. This mental resilience allows you to stay calm in the face of adversity, knowing that your response is what truly matters. One of the most important tools the Stoics used to build mental strength was the practice of premeditatio malorum, or negative visualization. This involves mentally preparing yourself for potential setbacks by imagining the worst-case scenario. By doing this, you train your mind to face challenges with courage, rather than being blindsided by fear or disappointment when things don't go as planned. This practice doesn't make you pessimistic, it makes you resilient. It prepares you to handle difficulties without letting them shake your core. The Stoics also believed in the importance of emotional detachment, not in the sense of being cold or unfeeling, but in learning to distance yourself from emotional extremes. Emotions are natural and necessary, but when they control you, they become destructive. Stoic mental strength comes from experiencing emotions without letting them dictate your actions. This allows you to maintain inner peace, even when the world around you is in turmoil. Mental strength also requires self-discipline. The Stoics understood that discipline is the foundation of a strong mind. It's about training yourself to do what's right, even when it's uncomfortable or difficult. Self-discipline builds the kind of mental toughness that allows you to face challenges with determination and grace. Whether it's waking up early to pursue your goals, resisting distractions, or staying committed to your values, discipline is the key to building resilience. Another core practice of Stoic mental strength is the concept of amor fati, or love of fate. This means accepting everything that happens in life, both the good and the bad, as necessary and beneficial for your growth. By embracing life's challenges rather than resisting them, you build the mental strength to face difficulties with a sense of purpose. This acceptance frees you from the anxiety of trying to control what is beyond your power and allows you to focus on what truly matters, your response to the events of life. One of the greatest obstacles to mental strength is fear. Fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of uncertainty. These fears can paralyze you and prevent you from taking action. The Stoics believed that courage is the antidote to fear. Courage doesn't mean the absence of fear, but the willingness to act in spite of it. By cultivating courage, you build the mental strength to face whatever comes your way without being held back by fear. The Stoics also understood the importance of gratitude in building mental resilience. Gratitude shifts your focus from what you lack to what you have, which strengthens your mental fortitude. When you are grateful for what you have, you stop being consumed by desires for more, and you become content with the present moment. This contentment gives you the mental clarity to focus on what truly matters, rather than being distracted by the pursuit of fleeting pleasures. Another crucial aspect of Stoic mental strength is the practice of self-reflection. The Stoics believed in regularly examining their thoughts, actions, and choices to ensure they were living in alignment with their values. This practice of reflection helps you build mental resilience by allowing you to identify areas where you need to grow and improve. It also helps you stay grounded, preventing you from being swept away by the distractions and emotional turbulence of daily life. Stoic mental strength is also built through the practice of setting clear boundaries. Just as you set boundaries to protect your time and energy from distractions, you must set boundaries to protect your mind from negativity, doubt, and external pressures. This means being selective about the information you consume, the people you surround yourself with, and the thoughts you allow to take root in your mind. By setting strong mental boundaries, you create a space where you can grow and strengthen your inner resilience. In Stoicism, one of the most powerful ways to build mental strength is through the practice of acceptance. Acceptance doesn't mean resignation. It means acknowledging reality as it is without trying to change what is beyond your control. When you accept things as they are, you free yourself from the mental struggle of wishing things were different. This acceptance gives you the mental strength to focus on what you can control, your own thoughts, actions, and responses, and to let go of the rest. The Stoics also placed a strong emphasis on living with purpose. Purpose gives you direction and focus, which in turn strengthens your mental resilience. When you have a clear sense of purpose, you are less likely to be distracted by unimportant things and more likely to stay committed to your goals. Purpose acts as an anchor, keeping you grounded in what truly matters, even when life's storms threaten to throw you off course. Another key element of Stoic mental strength is patience. The Stoics understood that true strength is not about quick victories or instant gratification, but about enduring challenges with grace and perseverance. Patience allows you to stay the course, even when progress is slow or setbacks occur. This long-term perspective is essential for building the kind of mental resilience that can withstand life's ups and downs. Building mental strength also requires humility. The Stoics believed that arrogance and pride are barriers to true resilience. When you think you know everything or that you're above others, you close yourself off to growth. Humility, on the other hand, allows you to remain open to learning, to admit your mistakes, and to grow from them. This humility strengthens your mind by keeping you grounded in reality and helping you remain adaptable in the face of change. A strong mind is one that is not easily swayed by the opinions of others. The Stoics understood that seeking validation from others weakens your mental resilience because it places your sense of self-worth in the hands of others. True mental strength comes from within, from knowing your own values, standing by your principles, and living according to your own standards. When you stop seeking approval from others, you gain the mental freedom to live authentically and unapologetically. Stoicism also teaches that building mental strength requires a focus on the present moment. When your mind is constantly pulled into the past, rehashing mistakes, regrets, or what could have been, you lose the ability to focus on what's happening right now. Similarly, when you're consumed by worries about the future, you miss the opportunities that exist in the present. Mental strength comes from training your mind to stay in the present, to fully engage with what is happening in this moment, and to let go of what is outside your control. Another essential aspect of Stoic mental strength is the practice of detaching from outcomes. The Stoics believed that while you should give your best effort in everything you do, the results are often beyond your control. When you become attached to a specific outcome, you set yourself up for disappointment and frustration. But when you focus on the process, on doing your best, regardless of the outcome, you build mental resilience. This detachment allows you to remain calm and steady, no matter what the outcome may be. Stoic mental strength is also built through the practice of perspective taking. The Stoics were masters at zooming out and seeing the bigger picture. When you get caught up in the minutiae of daily life, it's easy to feel overwhelmed or frustrated by small setbacks. But when you take a step back and see your challenges in the context of your entire life, they lose their power over you. This shift in perspective helps you stay calm, focused, and resilient in the face of difficulties. Resilience is also built by embracing challenges as opportunities for growth. The Stoics believed that adversity is not something to be avoided, but something to be embraced. Challenges are what shape you, strengthen you, and help you grow. When you face difficulties with the mindset that they are opportunities to build your mental strength, you stop seeing them as obstacles and start seeing them as essential parts of your journey. The Stoics also believed in the power of practice and repetition. Building mental strength is not a one-time event. It's something you must work on every day. Whether it's practicing mindfulness, reflecting on your thoughts, or staying disciplined in your actions, mental resilience is built through consistent effort. Each day is an opportunity to strengthen your mind, to grow a little stronger, and to become more resilient in the face of life's challenges. Another key element of Stoic mental strength is the ability to let go of what no longer serves you. Whether it's a negative thought pattern, a toxic relationship, or an unproductive habit, holding on to things that drag you down weakens your mental resilience. The Stoics believed in the importance of regularly evaluating your life and letting go of anything that doesn't align with your values or support your growth. This process of letting go creates space for clarity, focus, and mental strength. Building mental strength also requires developing a strong sense of inner peace. The Stoics believed that true peace comes from within, not from external circumstances. When you cultivate inner peace, you become less reactive to the chaos of the outside world. You remain calm and centered, even when life is unpredictable or challenging. This inner peace is the foundation of mental resilience, allowing you to navigate life's ups and downs with grace and composure. The Stoics also emphasized the importance of balance in building mental strength. They believed that extremes, whether in emotions, behaviors, or thoughts, lead to instability. True mental strength comes from finding balance in all areas of life. This balance allows you to remain steady, regardless of the circumstances around you. By avoiding extremes and maintaining equilibrium, you build the mental resilience to face life's challenges with composure and confidence. Stoic mental strength is also built through the practice of self-compassion. The Stoics understood that being overly critical of yourself weakens your mental resilience. When you constantly berate yourself for mistakes or failures, you drain your mental energy. Instead, the Stoics believed in learning from mistakes with kindness and understanding. This self-compassion strengthens your mind by allowing you to grow from setbacks without being weighed down by guilt or shame. The Stoics also recognized the importance of community in building mental resilience. While Stoicism emphasizes personal responsibility, it also acknowledges that we are social beings who thrive in connection with others. Surrounding yourself with people who support your growth and share your values strengthens your mental resilience. These connections provide a source of encouragement, wisdom, and accountability, helping you stay strong in the face of life's challenges. Building mental strength also requires flexibility. The Stoics believed in the importance of being adaptable rather than rigid in your thinking and actions. Life is constantly changing, and mental resilience comes from being able to adjust to new circumstances without losing your sense of direction. Flexibility allows you to bend without breaking, to navigate challenges with ease, and to remain focused on your goals, even when the path takes unexpected turns. One of the most powerful ways to build mental strength is through the practice of Stoic journaling. By writing down your thoughts, challenges, and reflections each day, you gain clarity on your mental state and identify areas where you need to grow. This practice helps you track your progress, stay accountable to your goals, and continually strengthen your mind. Stoic journaling is a tool for self-awareness, discipline, and resilience. Ultimately, Stoic mental strength is about living with integrity. It's about aligning your thoughts, actions, and values so that you are true to yourself in every moment. When you live with integrity, distractions lose their power, challenges become opportunities, and fear no longer holds you back. You build the kind of mental resilience that allows you to navigate life with grace, strength, and purpose. This is the essence of Stoic mental strength: unshakable, resilient, and deeply grounded in wisdom. Having understood the foundation of mental strength and resilience, let's dive deeper into the timeless wisdom of Stoic philosophers. These ancient thinkers mastered the art of training their minds to withstand adversity. Life's challenges are unavoidable, but how you face them is entirely within your control. The Stoics knew that adversity was not something to be feared, but something to be embraced as an opportunity for growth. Their methods for staying strong in the face of difficulty continue to offer powerful lessons today. You too can learn these methods, using their strategies to build a mindset that is unshakable no matter what life throws your way. Stoic philosophers like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus didn't live easy lives. They faced wars, exile, illness, and loss, yet they remained steadfast, calm, and wise through it all. One of their key strategies was understanding that suffering is part of the human experience. By accepting that hardship is inevitable, they removed the element of surprise. When difficulties arose, they weren't thrown off course, but met them with a prepared mind. This simple shift in thinking, accepting adversity instead of resisting it, helps you conserve your mental energy and stay strong in the midst of challenges. One of the Stoic practices that builds mental strength in adversity is focusing on what is within your control. This isn't just a passive acceptance of fate, but an active engagement with life. You can't control external events, but you can control your responses to those events. Epictetus emphasized this point throughout his teachings, highlighting that the key to mental resilience is focusing on your own thoughts and actions. This approach prevents you from wasting energy on things beyond your influence and directs your strength toward what truly matters: how you handle adversity. In training their minds, Stoics practiced a form of mental preparation known as premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils. This wasn't about being negative or pessimistic. Instead, they visualized potential difficulties ahead of time so that when they did face adversity, they were mentally prepared. When you prepare yourself for challenges, they don't seem as overwhelming. You've already rehearsed your response in your mind, making it easier to stay calm and strong when the storm hits. This practice arms you with mental clarity, helping you navigate hardship without losing your balance. The Stoics also developed their mental strength by cultivating self-discipline. They understood that without discipline, the mind becomes easily swayed by impulses, emotions, and external pressures. In adversity, it's discipline that keeps you grounded. When challenges arise, your first instinct may be to react emotionally, to retreat, or to give in to fear. But through Stoic discipline, you train yourself to respond thoughtfully and deliberately. This deliberate action is a hallmark of strength, enabling you to face hardship with composure rather than panic. Another essential Stoic tool for mental toughness in adversity is the practice of gratitude. It may seem counterintuitive to be grateful during hard times, but the Stoics believed that every challenge is an opportunity to grow stronger. When you approach adversity with gratitude, you shift your mindset from seeing yourself as a victim to seeing yourself as someone who is being tested and forged by life's difficulties. This shift in perspective allows you to find meaning in adversity, turning hardship into a source of inner strength. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most powerful Stoic figures, constantly reminded himself to view obstacles as opportunities for progress. He saw every challenge as a way to improve his character, to practice patience, courage, and wisdom. This mindset can be incredibly empowering. When adversity strikes, instead of shrinking from it, you face it head-on with the knowledge that this is your moment to grow. You turn the obstacle into a tool for self-development, building resilience and fortitude with every challenge you overcome. Stoic philosophers also believed in the importance of remaining present during difficult times. Adversity often triggers anxiety about the future, fear of what might happen or how things could get worse. But the Stoics knew that worry about the future only distracts from what can be done in the present. By focusing on the current moment, they strengthened their ability to act decisively and effectively, even in the midst of chaos. Staying present allows you to remain clear-headed and focused on what you can do now, rather than being paralyzed by fear of the unknown. A fundamental aspect of Stoic resilience is the idea that adversity reveals who you truly are. The Stoics saw hardship not as something that defines you, but as something that brings out your true character. When everything is going well, it's easy to appear calm, collected, and strong. But when life becomes difficult, your real nature is revealed. This is why the Stoics valued adversity. It gave them the opportunity to test and refine their character. By viewing challenges in this light, you can embrace adversity as a mirror that shows you where you need to grow and where you're already strong. The Stoic practice of detachment also plays a crucial role in building mental strength. In the face of adversity, it's easy to become emotionally entangled in the outcomes you desire. But Stoics trained themselves to detach from outcomes, focusing instead on their efforts and intentions. By letting go of the need for specific results, you free yourself from the mental strain of disappointment. Detachment allows you to approach adversity with a clear mind, focused on what you can control and willing to accept whatever comes. This detachment doesn't mean indifference. It means freedom from the emotional turbulence that often accompanies difficulty. Seneca, one of the great Stoic thinkers, emphasized the importance of fortitude, endurance in the face of hardship. He taught that adversity is not something to be feared, but something to be endured with grace. Fortitude isn't about ignoring pain or pretending challenges don't exist. It's about meeting them with courage and the understanding that they are a natural part of life. When you cultivate fortitude, you develop the mental strength to stand firm even when circumstances are difficult, knowing that this too shall pass. One of the most practical ways the Stoics trained their minds was through voluntary discomfort. They would intentionally expose themselves to minor hardships, such as fasting, cold exposure, or physical exertion, to build resilience. This practice taught them to become comfortable with discomfort, so that when real adversity struck, they were already mentally and physically prepared. You don't have to live a life of luxury to strengthen your mind. By periodically stepping outside of your comfort zone, you condition yourself to handle adversity with greater ease and mental toughness. Another way Stoic philosophers stayed strong in the face of adversity was by reframing challenges. Instead of viewing adversity as something that holds them back, they saw it as a chance to improve. This reframing helps you approach difficulties with a growth mindset. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" you ask, How can this help me grow? This mindset shift turns adversity into a tool for personal development, empowering you to use hardship as a stepping stone toward greater mental strength. The Stoics also believed in the power of perspective. When adversity strikes, it's easy to become consumed by the problem, seeing it as insurmountable. But the Stoics would take a step back and view the challenge in the larger context of life. They would remind themselves that most problems are temporary and, in the grand scheme of things, not as overwhelming as they first appear. By gaining perspective, you lessen the emotional impact of adversity and give yourself the mental space to respond with wisdom rather than panic. Building mental strength in adversity also involves embracing uncertainty. Life is unpredictable, and adversity often comes when you least expect it. The Stoics trained themselves to accept this uncertainty as part of life's natural rhythm. By embracing the unknown, they reduced their anxiety and fear of the future. This acceptance of uncertainty gives you the mental resilience to face whatever comes your way, knowing that you can handle it with grace and strength. A key Stoic principle for staying strong in adversity is the idea of practicing ataraxia, a state of inner calm and tranquility. No matter what was happening around them, the Stoics sought to maintain this inner calm. They trained their minds to remain unaffected by external events, focusing instead on maintaining peace within themselves. This doesn't mean they didn't care about the world around them. It means they refused to let external chaos disrupt their inner stability. By cultivating this sense of inner calm, you can face adversity without losing your mental balance. The Stoics also placed a strong emphasis on community and relationships during difficult times. They understood that adversity is easier to bear when you're not alone. Stoic philosophers encouraged building strong, supportive relationships that could provide comfort and wisdom during hard times. While mental strength is often seen as an individual pursuit, the Stoics knew that true resilience involves leaning on others when necessary. Surrounding yourself with people who share your values can help you stay strong when adversity strikes, offering perspective and support that strengthens your resolve. One of the most profound Stoic teachings on adversity is the belief that hardship is inevitable, but suffering is optional. While pain and difficulty are a natural part of life, the Stoics taught that suffering comes from how you interpret and respond to that pain. By training your mind to see adversity as a natural part of life's journey, you can minimize the suffering that comes from resistance and fear. This mindset gives you the strength to face challenges with a calm heart, knowing that suffering is a choice, and you have the power to choose strength instead. Stoic mental training also involves practicing forgiveness, both for yourself and others. In the face of adversity, it's easy to hold on to blame, whether it's directed at yourself for mistakes you've made or at others who may have caused your hardship. But the Stoics believed that holding on to anger or resentment only weakens you. Forgiveness frees your mind from the emotional burdens that weigh you down, allowing you to move forward with clarity and strength. Another Stoic practice for building resilience is the art of letting go. The Stoics trained their minds to release attachment to things they couldn't control, whether that was material possessions, relationships, or even life itself. By practicing non-attachment, they freed themselves from the fear of loss. This mental freedom gave them the strength to face adversity with calmness, knowing that nothing could truly harm their inner peace. Letting go is not about detaching from life. It's about letting go of the need to control it. Stoic philosophers also practiced memento mori, the contemplation of death. Far from being morbid, this practice reminded them that life is fleeting and that every moment is precious. This awareness of mortality gave them the strength to face adversity with perspective. When you remember that your time is limited, the small difficulties of life seem less significant. This practice also strengthens your resolve to live fully and with purpose, knowing that each challenge you face is part of a life well lived. The Stoics understood that adversity is not just something to be endured, but something to be used as a catalyst for wisdom. They saw each challenge as a lesson, an opportunity to learn more about themselves and the world around them. This approach to adversity transforms it from something to be feared into something to be valued. When you approach life's difficulties with the mindset of a student, every hardship becomes a teacher, strengthening your mind and expanding your wisdom. Another Stoic method for training the mind is focusing on virtue. The Stoics believed that the purpose of life is to live virtuously, and that adversity is simply a test of your virtue. By focusing on virtues like courage, patience, and wisdom, you strengthen your ability to face hardship with grace. Adversity becomes a chance to practice these virtues, building mental resilience with every challenge. This focus on virtue gives you a clear sense of direction and purpose, even in the midst of difficulty. In their pursuit of mental strength, Stoic philosophers also practiced self-reliance. They understood that while external support is valuable, true strength comes from within. This doesn't mean isolating yourself. It means developing the inner resources needed to face adversity with confidence. By cultivating self-reliance, you build the mental resilience to stand firm even when external support isn't available. You learn to trust yourself and your ability to navigate life's challenges, no matter what. Stoic mental training also involves embracing impermanence. The Stoics taught that nothing in life is permanent, whether it's joy or sorrow, success or failure. By embracing this impermanence, they freed themselves from the fear of loss and the need to cling to what is temporary. This mindset gave them the strength to face adversity with acceptance, knowing that no difficulty lasts forever. Embracing impermanence allows you to flow with life's changes, building mental resilience with each passing challenge. The Stoics believed that mental strength comes from understanding your own mind. Through regular self-examination, they gained clarity on their thoughts, emotions, and desires. This self-awareness allowed them to recognize when they were being swayed by fear, anger, or other negative emotions, and to correct their course. By practicing self-awareness, you can train your mind to stay strong in adversity, recognizing and managing emotions before they take control. Finally, the Stoics taught that true strength comes from aligning your life with nature. This doesn't mean retreating into the wilderness. It means living in harmony with the natural flow of life. Adversity is a natural part of existence, and when you accept this, you stop resisting life's challenges. Instead, you face them with calmness and grace, knowing that they are part of the natural order. This acceptance gives you the mental strength to endure hardship without losing your balance, allowing you to live a life of resilience, wisdom, and peace. As we've explored how Stoicism builds mental strength and resilience in adversity, it becomes clear that even the strongest mind can falter without a clear sense of purpose. The Stoics knew that living with purpose is essential for a meaningful life, while living without it leads to a deep, quiet suffering. Purpose gives life direction, grounding you in something greater than yourself. Without it, you're left drifting, lost in the motions of daily existence without any real sense of fulfillment. This sense of purposelessness creates a void that no external achievement or material success can fill. When there's no reason behind your actions, even the smallest challenges can feel overwhelming. Living without purpose isn't just an empty feeling, it is a form of suffering that slowly consumes you. Without purpose, life becomes a series of disconnected moments, each passing without leaving any meaningful impact. There's no sense of progress, no reason for the hardships you endure, and no deeper satisfaction when you achieve something. Purpose gives meaning to your struggles, framing adversity as part of a greater journey. When you lack purpose, difficulties feel pointless, and even your successes feel hollow. There's no sense of fulfillment when you don't know what you're working toward. Purpose is the thread that ties everything together, giving each moment significance. The Stoics understood that purpose is not something you stumble upon by accident. It's something you cultivate, something you choose. They believed that true purpose comes from living according to virtue and aligning your actions with your values. When you live without purpose, you're like a ship without a captain, constantly tossed by the waves of external circumstances. With purpose, you take control of your life, guiding it with intention and clarity, no matter what challenges you face. Living without purpose also creates an internal emptiness that no external achievement can fill. You may chase success, recognition, or material wealth, but without a deeper meaning behind these pursuits, they will leave you feeling unfulfilled. The Stoics warned against this kind of superficial living, knowing that true satisfaction comes not from external rewards, but from living in alignment with your purpose. When you lack purpose, everything you achieve feels temporary and unsatisfying because it doesn't connect to a deeper sense of meaning. The suffering that comes from living without purpose is often subtle. It creeps into your life slowly, manifesting as boredom, restlessness, or a constant feeling of dissatisfaction. You may distract yourself with busyness, but underneath, there's always a sense that something is missing. This quiet suffering can go unnoticed for years, until one day you realize that you've been drifting through life without ever feeling truly alive. Purpose is what gives life vitality, energizing your actions with meaning and direction. One of the reasons living without purpose feels so painful is because it disconnects you from your true self. When you don't have a clear sense of purpose, you may find yourself constantly trying to fit into other people's expectations, chasing goals that aren't really yours. This creates a deep internal conflict, as you're living a life that isn't aligned with who you truly are. Purpose brings you back to yourself, helping you reconnect with your core values and live in a way that reflects your true identity. Without purpose, even the most mundane tasks can feel unbearable. When there's no deeper reason behind what you're doing, everything becomes a burden. But when you have a sense of purpose, even the smallest tasks take on new meaning. You see how they fit into the larger picture of your life, and this gives you the motivation and strength to keep going, even when things are difficult. Purpose turns ordinary moments into opportunities for growth and fulfillment. Living without purpose can also lead to a sense of isolation. When you're disconnected from a larger sense of meaning, it's easy to feel like you're alone in your struggles, drifting without direction. Purpose, on the other hand, connects you to something greater than yourself. It gives you a sense of belonging, not just to a community or cause, but to the greater flow of life itself. With purpose, you feel anchored, part of something larger that gives your life meaning and connection. The Stoics believed that purpose is closely tied to virtue. They taught that living a virtuous life is the highest form of purpose, because it aligns you with the natural order of the world. When you live without purpose, you may find yourself engaging in activities that are out of sync with your values, leading to inner conflict and dissatisfaction. Purpose keeps you focused on living in a way that reflects your deepest principles, bringing a sense of peace and fulfillment that can't be found through external pursuits alone. Another consequence of living without purpose is the constant search for distractions. When there's no deeper meaning in your life, you're more likely to seek out distractions to fill the void. This may come in the form of excessive consumption, whether it's material goods, entertainment, or even relationships. But no matter how much you try to fill your life with these things, they never truly satisfy because they don't address the root problem, the lack of purpose. Purpose provides a sense of fulfillment that distractions never can. The Stoics taught that purpose gives you resilience in the face of adversity. When you know what you're living for, challenges become part of the journey rather than obstacles to avoid. Without purpose, adversity feels overwhelming because there's no larger reason to endure it. Purpose gives you the strength to face hardship with courage, knowing that every challenge is an opportunity to grow and move closer to your goals. It transforms suffering into a meaningful part of the process, rather than something to fear. Living without purpose also leads to a lack of direction. When you don't have a clear sense of what you want out of life, it's easy to become reactive, responding to whatever comes your way rather than proactively shaping your future. This leads to a life where you're constantly chasing after what others think is important, rather than what truly matters to you. Purpose provides direction, helping you make decisions with confidence and clarity, knowing that each step is taking you closer to your ultimate goal. The Stoics emphasized that living with purpose brings a sense of peace. When you have a clear sense of what you're working toward, you stop worrying about the small details of life and start focusing on what truly matters. Purpose brings clarity, cutting through the noise and distractions that so often cloud your mind. Without purpose, life feels chaotic, filled with endless options, but no clear path. Purpose simplifies life, giving you a clear direction and a sense of calm that comes from knowing where you're headed. Another reason living without purpose is so painful is because it robs you of motivation. When there's no deeper reason behind what you're doing, it's hard to find the energy to keep going, especially when things get tough. Purpose provides the motivation you need to push through challenges because you know that your efforts are leading to something meaningful. Without it, even small setbacks can feel insurmountable, leaving you feeling drained and unmotivated. Purpose also brings a sense of fulfillment that nothing else can. When you're living in alignment with your purpose, every moment feels more meaningful, and you experience a deeper sense of satisfaction. This fulfillment comes not from external achievements, but from knowing that you're living in a way that reflects your true values. Without purpose, life feels empty, no matter how much you achieve or acquire. Purpose fills that emptiness, giving your actions depth and significance. The Stoics believed that living without purpose is a form of self-betrayal. When you ignore your true values and desires, you're betraying the person you're meant to be. This creates a deep sense of dissatisfaction, as you're constantly living a life that doesn't align with your true self. Purpose brings you back to who you are, helping you live authentically and in harmony with your inner values. It allows you to stop betraying yourself and start living a life that reflects your deepest truths. Another consequence of living without purpose is the constant feeling of restlessness. When there's no clear direction in your life, it's easy to feel like you're constantly searching for something but never finding it. This restlessness comes from the lack of fulfillment that only purpose can provide. With purpose, you stop searching and start living, knowing that each moment is contributing to something meaningful. Purpose brings a sense of contentment and peace that wandering through life can never offer. Living without purpose also makes it difficult to find joy in the present moment. When there's no deeper meaning behind your actions, it's hard to fully engage with the present, as your mind is always looking for something more. Purpose anchors you in the present, helping you find joy in each step of the journey, rather than constantly seeking fulfillment in the future. It allows you to appreciate the process, knowing that each moment is part of a larger picture. The Stoics taught that living without purpose is a form of wasted potential. Every person has unique talents, values, and strengths that are meant to be used for a greater purpose. When you live without purpose, you're not fully utilizing your potential, and this creates a deep sense of dissatisfaction. Purpose allows you to tap into your full potential, using your strengths to contribute to something meaningful. This sense of contribution brings fulfillment and a sense of pride in knowing that you're living up to your potential. Another consequence of living without purpose is the constant comparison to others. When you don't have a clear sense of your own values and goals, it's easy to measure your worth by external standards. This leads to a cycle of comparison and self-doubt, as you're constantly looking to others for validation. Purpose frees you from this cycle, helping you focus on your own path and live according to your own values. It allows you to stop comparing yourself to others and start living a life that feels meaningful to you. Living without purpose also makes it harder to build meaningful relationships. When you're disconnected from your own values and goals, it's difficult to connect with others on a deeper level. Purpose provides a foundation for building authentic relationships, as it helps you attract people who share your values and vision. These relationships bring a sense of connection and support that is difficult to find when you're living without purpose. Purpose helps you build a community of like-minded individuals who can support and inspire you on your journey. Another reason living without purpose is so painful is because it creates a sense of aimlessness. When there's no clear goal or direction, it's easy to feel like you're wandering through life without making any real progress. This aimlessness creates a sense of frustration, as you're constantly moving but never getting anywhere. Purpose provides a clear destination, helping you move forward with confidence and direction. It gives your life a sense of momentum, as each step brings you closer to your goal. The Stoics believed that living with purpose brings a sense of inner peace. When you know what you're living for, you stop worrying about external factors and start focusing on what truly matters. Purpose gives you the clarity to see past the distractions and noise of daily life, allowing you to focus on what's most important. This inner peace comes from knowing that you're living in alignment with your values and working towards something meaningful, rather than being pulled in 1,000 different directions by external pressures. Living without purpose also makes it harder to find meaning in adversity. When there's no deeper reason behind your struggles, it's easy to feel overwhelmed by hardship. Purpose provides the strength to endure adversity because it gives you a reason to keep going. When you know what you're working toward, challenges become part of the journey rather than obstacles to avoid. Purpose transforms hardship into an opportunity for growth, helping you build resilience and inner strength in the face of difficulty. Another consequence of living without purpose is the constant feeling of dissatisfaction. No matter how much you achieve or acquire, there's always a sense that something is missing. This dissatisfaction comes from the lack of deeper meaning in your life. Purpose fills this void, bringing a sense of fulfillment that no external achievement can provide. It allows you to find satisfaction in the present moment, knowing that your actions are aligned with your values and contributing to something meaningful. The Stoics believed that living with purpose brings a sense of alignment with the natural order of life. They taught that everything in life has a purpose, and when you live in alignment with that purpose, you experience a sense of harmony and peace. Without purpose, life feels chaotic and disconnected, as you're constantly searching for meaning in external things. Purpose brings you back to the natural flow of life, helping you live in harmony with yourself and the world around you. Living without purpose also makes it harder to find lasting happiness. When there's no deeper meaning behind your actions, it's easy to chase after fleeting pleasures that never truly satisfy. Purpose provides a sense of lasting fulfillment, as it connects you to something greater than yourself. It allows you to find joy in the journey, rather than constantly seeking happiness in external things. Purpose brings a sense of contentment that can't be found through material success or external validation. Finally, the greatest suffering that comes from living without purpose is the loss of your own potential. Every person is capable of achieving great things, but without purpose, that potential remains untapped. The The Stoics believed that living with purpose is the key to unlocking your full potential, allowing you to contribute to something greater than yourself and live a life of meaning and fulfillment. Purpose gives you the strength to overcome challenges, the clarity to see what truly matters, and the motivation to keep going even when life is difficult. Having explored the profound impact that living without purpose has on your happiness and well-being, it's time to go deeper into how the lack of purpose not only leads to suffering, but also wastes your most valuable resource, your life. Without a clear purpose, you find yourself drifting, your days slipping by with no true sense of direction. Stoicism offers a powerful remedy for this emptiness, guiding you toward living with intention, focus, and meaning. When you understand what's at stake, the very essence of your life, the need for purpose becomes undeniable. This journey isn't just about finding a reason to wake up each day. It's about reclaiming the life that is quietly slipping away, moment by moment. Without purpose, life becomes a series of distractions and fleeting pursuits. You spend your days occupied, but when you look back, there's little to show for it. The hours are filled, yet they lack significance. This is the true waste of life. Time spent on activities that don't bring you closer to your true goals, that don't feed your soul. Stoicism teaches that when you live without intention, you're merely existing, not truly living. Your actions lose meaning, and you find yourself stuck in a cycle of busyness that leads nowhere. The Stoics understood that life's greatest tragedy is not death, but a life lived without purpose. Each day that passes without clarity or intention is a day that cannot be recovered. You may feel that you're doing what needs to be done, working, meeting obligations, but deep inside, there's a sense of unease, a feeling that something crucial is missing. That missing piece is purpose. Without it, even the most productive days feel hollow because they are disconnected from what truly matters to you. When you lack purpose, decisions become difficult and often feel arbitrary. Without a guiding principle, every choice feels overwhelming, as you have no clear sense of what you're working toward. This indecision wastes time and energy, pulling you further from the life you want. Stoicism provides a way to cut through this uncertainty. By aligning your actions with your values and focusing on what is within your control, you begin to make decisions with confidence and clarity. Each choice then becomes a step toward living a meaningful life. Without purpose, time becomes your enemy. You begin to dread the passing of days, feeling as if you're running out of time, yet unsure of how to use what's left. This anxiety over time slipping away creates a sense of urgency, but without a clear purpose, that urgency leads to frantic, unfocused action. Stoicism teaches that time, when spent with intention, is your greatest ally. It's not about how much time you have, but how wisely you use it. Purpose transforms your relationship with time, allowing you to use it to create a life that aligns with your deepest values. The waste that comes from a lack of purpose isn't just about time, it's also about energy. When you don't know what you're working toward, your energy gets scattered in all directions. You spend your days chasing after tasks and goals that don't fulfill you, leaving you exhausted but unsatisfied. Purpose acts as a filter for where your energy goes, ensuring that it is spent on what truly matters. Stoicism helps you reclaim your energy by focusing on what is essential, cutting out the distractions that drain you. A life without purpose leads to stagnation. You may find yourself repeating the same patterns day after day without any real progress or growth. This stagnation breeds frustration as you feel stuck in a life that isn't moving forward. The Stoics believed that growth is essential to a meaningful life and that purpose is the driving force behind that growth. With purpose, every challenge becomes an opportunity to learn and improve. Without it, Even the simplest obstacles can feel insurmountable, leaving you feeling powerless. Living without purpose also diminishes your ability to form meaningful connections with others. When you're disconnected from your own values and goals, it's difficult to build relationships that are truly fulfilling. You may go through the motions of social interaction, but without purpose, these connections often feel shallow. Stoicism teaches that true connection comes from living authentically and in alignment with your purpose. When you live with intention, you attract people who share your values and vision, creating deeper, more meaningful relationships. The waste caused by a lack of purpose extends to your emotional well-being. Without a sense of direction, it's easy to become overwhelmed by negative emotions, anxiety, frustration, and even depression. These emotions are often the result of feeling lost, of not knowing where your life is headed. Stoicism offers tools to manage these emotions by helping you focus on what is within your control and letting go of what is not. When you live with purpose, your emotions become more stable, as you're grounded in a sense of meaning that transcends temporary setbacks. Purpose also provides a sense of fulfillment that can never be found in material success alone. Without purpose, you may find yourself chasing after external achievements, money, recognition, status, only to realize that these things don't bring lasting happiness. Stoicism teaches that true fulfillment comes from within, from living a life aligned with your values and contributing to something greater than yourself. When you live with purpose, even the smallest achievements feel significant because they are part of a larger, meaningful journey. The absence of purpose leads to regret. As the years pass, you may look back and wonder where the time went, realizing that you've spent much of it on things that didn't truly matter. Regret is one of the greatest forms of suffering, as it cannot be undone. Stoicism helps you avoid this regret by encouraging you to live with intention now, in the present moment. When you live each day with purpose, you reduce the chances of looking back with regret, knowing that you've spent your time on what truly matters. Without purpose, even success can feel empty. You may achieve your goals, but without a deeper meaning behind them, those achievements lack fulfillment. This emptiness is a sign that something is missing, something that can only be filled by purpose. Stoicism teaches that success is not measured by external accomplishments, but by how well you live in accordance with your values. When you live with purpose, success becomes a byproduct of a life well lived, rather than the ultimate goal. One of the most damaging effects of living without purpose is the erosion of self-trust. When you don't have a clear sense of direction, it's easy to second-guess yourself, to doubt your decisions and your abilities. This lack of self-trust creates a cycle of indecision and inaction as you become paralyzed by uncertainty. Purpose restores your confidence, giving you a clear framework for making decisions and trusting that you're on the right path. Stoicism teaches that when you live with purpose, you gain the inner strength to trust yourself and your journey. Without purpose, life can feel like an endless cycle of tasks and obligations that don't lead anywhere meaningful. You may find yourself constantly busy, but at the end of the day, there's no sense of accomplishment or progress. This is one of the greatest wastes of life. Time spent on activities that don't bring you closer to your true goals. Stoicism helps you break free from this cycle by teaching you to focus on what is essential. When you live with purpose, every task becomes part of a larger journey, giving you a sense of progress and fulfillment. Living without purpose also makes it difficult to find resilience in the face of challenges. Without a clear reason to keep going, even small setbacks can feel overwhelming. Purpose provides the motivation to push through adversity, knowing that every challenge is bringing you closer to your goals. The Stoics believed that adversity is not something to be avoided, but something to be embraced as part of the journey. When you live with purpose, you see challenges as opportunities to grow, rather than obstacles to your happiness. The lack of purpose often leads to feelings of disconnection, both from yourself and from the world around you. You may feel like you're going through the motions, but there's no deeper sense of meaning behind your actions. This disconnection creates a sense of isolation, as you're cut off from the deeper purpose that gives life its richness and depth. Stoicism helps you reconnect with your true self by guiding you to live in alignment with your values. When you live with purpose, you feel more connected to yourself, to others, and to the world. Another consequence of living without purpose is the loss of joy in the simple moments of life. When you don't have a clear sense of meaning, even the most beautiful moments can feel fleeting and insignificant. Purpose allows you to find joy in the present, knowing that each moment is part of a larger, meaningful journey. Stoicism teaches that true happiness is found in the present moment, not in some distant future. When you live with purpose, you learn to appreciate the beauty of each day, finding fulfillment in the small moments that make up a meaningful life. Without purpose, it's easy to become consumed by external expectations. You may find yourself constantly striving to meet the standards of others, rather than living according to your own values. This creates a sense of dissatisfaction, as you're living a life that doesn't truly reflect who you are. Stoicism teaches that purpose comes from within, not from external validation. When you live with purpose, you free yourself from the need to please others, focusing instead on living a life that is true to yourself. One of the greatest wastes of life is spending it on things that don't align with your values. Without purpose, it's easy to get caught up in activities that don't bring you closer to your true goals. This misalignment creates a sense of frustration, as you're constantly working but not making progress toward what truly matters. Stoicism helps you align your actions with your values, ensuring that your time is spent on what is truly important. When you live with purpose, every action becomes meaningful, as it is part of a larger, intentional journey. The lack of purpose also leads to a loss of motivation. When there's no deeper reason behind what you're doing, it's hard to find the energy to keep going. This lack of motivation creates a sense of stagnation, as you're constantly waiting for something to inspire you, but nothing seems to work. Purpose provides the motivation you need to take action, even when things are difficult. Stoicism teaches that motivation comes not from external rewards, but from living a life that is aligned with your values. Living without purpose also leads to a sense of regret, as you realize that time is passing, but you're not making meaningful progress. This regret creates a sense of urgency, but without a clear purpose, that urgency leads to frantic, unfocused action. Stoicism helps you avoid this regret by encouraging you to live with intention now, in the present moment. When you live each day with purpose, you reduce the chances of looking back with regret, knowing that you've spent your time on what truly matters. The absence of purpose also makes it difficult to find meaning in adversity. Without a clear sense of purpose, challenges feel overwhelming and pointless. Purpose provides the strength to endure adversity, as it gives you a reason to keep going. When you know what you're working toward, challenges become part of the journey rather than obstacles to avoid. Stoicism teaches that adversity is not something to fear, but something to embrace as part of the journey toward a meaningful life. Another consequence of living without purpose is the constant feeling of dissatisfaction. No matter how much you achieve or acquire, there's always a sense that something is missing. This dissatisfaction comes from the lack of deeper meaning in your life. Purpose fills this void, bringing a sense of fulfillment that no external achievement can provide. It allows you to find satisfaction in the present moment, knowing that your actions are aligned with your values and contributing to something meaningful. Living without purpose also makes it harder to find lasting happiness. When there's no deeper meaning behind your actions, it's easy to chase after fleeting pleasures that never truly satisfy. Purpose provides a sense of lasting fulfillment, as it connects you to something greater than yourself. It allows you to find joy in the journey, rather than constantly seeking happiness in external things. Purpose brings a sense of contentment that can't be found through material success or external validation. Stoicism teaches that living with purpose is the key to unlocking your full potential. Without purpose, your talents, strengths, and values remain untapped, leaving you feeling unfulfilled. Purpose allows you to use your gifts in a way that contributes to something greater than yourself, bringing a sense of pride and fulfillment. When you live with purpose, you stop wasting your potential and start living a life that reflects your true strengths and values. Ultimately, living without purpose is the greatest waste of life because it prevents you from experiencing the deep sense of fulfillment and joy that comes from living with intention. Stoicism offers a path to reclaiming that purpose, helping you align your actions with your values and live a life of meaning and fulfillment. When you live with purpose, every moment becomes an opportunity to grow, to contribute, and to live in a way that truly matters. This is the essence of a life well lived, a life that is not wasted, but spent on what is truly important. Now that we've uncovered how living without purpose wastes your life, the next essential step is learning how to stop wasting time through the practice of daily reflection. Time, once lost, can never be recovered. Every moment that slips away without intention is gone forever, leaving you with less of what is most valuable. Stoicism teaches the power of daily reflection as a way to ensure that your days are not spent aimlessly. By looking inward and evaluating your actions, thoughts, and behaviors each day, you gain clarity on how you're living and where you're wasting time. This daily practice helps you live more intentionally, make better use of your time, and align your life with your purpose. Daily reflection allows you to track how you're spending your time. It shines a light on the unconscious habits and routines that fill your day, often without your awareness. The Stoics believed that you cannot improve what you do not understand, and reflection is the tool that brings awareness to where your time is truly going. When you regularly reflect on your day, you begin to notice patterns, both positive and negative, that shape your life. This awareness is the first step to reclaiming your time and redirecting it toward what truly matters. One of the reasons we waste time is because we're not fully aware of how much of it is slipping through our fingers. We may believe we're being productive, but without reflection, it's easy to fall into the trap of busyness, constantly doing, but not achieving anything meaningful. Stoicism teaches that daily reflection helps you cut through the noise, allowing you to separate what is essential from what is merely a distraction. Through reflection, you can see clearly how much time is being spent on things that don't contribute to your goals and values. When you reflect on your day, you give yourself the opportunity to evaluate whether your actions were aligned with your purpose. This practice helps you see where you may have strayed from your path, whether through distractions, procrastination, or emotional reactions. Reflection offers you a moment to course correct, to adjust your actions moving forward so that you remain aligned with your purpose. It's a powerful tool for staying focused, ensuring that each day is spent moving toward your goals rather than away from them. Daily reflection also helps you identify areas where you can improve. The Stoics believed that growth and improvement are lifelong pursuits, and that self-awareness is the key to becoming better each day. When you take time to reflect, you can honestly assess your strengths and weaknesses, seeing where you excelled and where you fell short. This self-awareness empowers you to make changes, to develop new habits, and to let go of behaviors that are holding you back. Without reflection, it's easy to repeat the same mistakes over and over, wasting time on actions that don't serve you. One of the greatest benefits of daily reflection is the sense of clarity it brings. When you take time to reflect, you step out of the chaos of daily life and gain a broader perspective. You can see the bigger picture, understanding how each moment fits into your overall goals. This clarity helps you prioritize your time more effectively, ensuring that your energy is spent on what truly matters. Without this practice, it's easy to get lost in the details, focusing on urgent but unimportant tasks that don't contribute to your long-term vision. Reflection also helps you manage your emotions more effectively. The Stoics taught that emotions, when left unchecked, can lead to wasted time and poor decisions. By reflecting on your emotional responses throughout the day, you can better understand how your emotions influenced your actions. This awareness allows you to gain control over your emotional reactions, ensuring that they don't lead you down unproductive paths. When you reflect on how you handled challenges and frustrations, you gain insight into how you can respond more thoughtfully in the future. Another way daily reflection helps you stop wasting time is by bringing attention to your habits. Habits, both good and bad, shape how you spend your time each day. Many of these habits are automatic, operating beneath your awareness. Through reflection, you can identify which habits are helping you move toward your goals and which are leading you astray. Once you're aware of these patterns, you can make conscious changes to replace unproductive habits with ones that support your purpose. The practice of reflection also encourages mindfulness. When you regularly reflect on your actions, you become more present throughout the day. You start to pay closer attention to how you're spending your time in real time, making it easier to catch yourself before you get distracted or fall into unproductive patterns. This increased mindfulness helps you make better use of each moment, ensuring that your time is spent intentionally rather than passively. The more mindful you become, the less likely you are to waste time on things that don't matter. Stoic reflection is not about dwelling on the past, but about learning from it. The Stoics believed that mistakes and failures are valuable teachers, offering lessons that can help you grow. When you reflect on the day's events, you gain insight into what went wrong and why, allowing you to apply those lessons moving forward. This process helps you turn setbacks into opportunities for growth, rather than dwelling on regret or frustration. Each day becomes a chance to learn, to improve, and to make better choices in the future. Daily reflection also helps you maintain a sense of gratitude. The Stoics believed that gratitude is essential for a meaningful life, and reflection offers a moment to appreciate what went well in your day. By focusing on the positive aspects of your life, you cultivate a sense of contentment and fulfillment, which reduces the need to seek out distractions or chase after things that don't truly matter. Gratitude shifts your focus from what you lack to what you have, helping you make better use of your time by appreciating the present moment. Another key benefit of reflection is that it helps you identify your priorities. Without clear priorities, it's easy to get overwhelmed by the sheer volume of tasks and responsibilities that fill your day. Reflection allows you to take a step back and evaluate what's truly important, helping you focus your time and energy on what matters most. By identifying your top priorities, you can ensure that your time is spent on activities that align with your goals and values, rather than getting caught up in distractions. The Stoics believed in the importance of living according to nature, which means living in alignment with your true purpose. Daily reflection helps you assess whether your actions are in harmony with this purpose. It's a moment to check in with yourself and ask, am I living in accordance with my values? When you reflect on your day, you can see where you've acted with integrity and where you've strayed from your principles. This practice helps you realign your actions with your values, ensuring that your time is spent on what truly matters. Reflection also helps you recognize the impact of your choices. Every decision you make, no matter how small, has a ripple effect on your life. By reflecting on your choices, you gain a deeper understanding of how each decision contributes to or detracts from your goals. This awareness helps you make more intentional choices in the future, reducing the likelihood of wasting time on activities that don't serve your purpose. Over time, these small, thoughtful decisions compound, leading to a life that is more focused and meaningful. One of the most powerful aspects of daily reflection is the sense of accountability it creates. When you regularly reflect on your actions, you take responsibility for how you're spending your time. This accountability helps you stay on track, as you're less likely to make excuses or justify wasted time when you know you'll be reflecting on your day. The more you practice reflection, the more you cultivate a sense of self-discipline, which is essential for living a purposeful and productive life. Through reflection, you also become more aware of the fleeting nature of time. The Stoics were deeply aware of the brevity of life, and they encouraged the practice of memento mori, remembering that you will die. Daily reflection helps you keep this perspective in mind, reminding you that time is finite and that each day is an opportunity that will never come again. This awareness motivates you to make the most of each moment, ensuring that your time is spent wisely rather than wasted on trivial pursuits. Reflection also helps you stay grounded in the present. The Stoics believed that the present moment is all we truly have, and that dwelling on the past or worrying about the future leads to wasted time. By reflecting on your day, you can see where you've allowed your mind to wander into unproductive thoughts, whether it's ruminating on past mistakes or anxiously anticipating future events. This awareness helps you bring your focus back to the present, allowing you to make better use of your time and energy. Another benefit of reflection is that it helps you stay adaptable. Life is unpredictable and plans often change, but daily reflection allows you to assess how you're responding to these changes. Are you rigidly sticking to plans that no longer serve you, or are you adapting to new circumstances with flexibility and grace? Reflection helps you stay nimble, allowing you to adjust your approach as needed without wasting time on outdated strategies or unproductive habits. The practice of reflection also helps you develop a greater sense of self-awareness. The Stoics believed that knowing yourself is key to living a meaningful life, and reflection is the tool that allows you to gain insight into your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. By reflecting on your actions each day, you become more attuned to your inner world, allowing you to make conscious choices that align with your values. This self-awareness is essential for stopping the unconscious behaviors that lead to wasted time. Through reflection, you also gain clarity on your long-term goals. It's easy to get caught up in the day-to-day demands of life and lose sight of the bigger picture. Daily reflection allows you to step back and assess whether your actions are moving you closer to your long-term goals or leading you astray. This practice helps you stay focused on what truly matters, ensuring that your time is spent building the life you want, rather than getting caught up in distractions. Another important aspect of reflection is that it helps you cultivate resilience. The Stoics believed that life is full of challenges, and that how you respond to those challenges determines your success. When you reflect on your day, you can evaluate how you handled difficulties, whether you responded with patience and wisdom or allowed emotions to take control. This awareness helps you build mental strength, ensuring that you're better prepared to handle challenges in the future without wasting time on negative emotions or reactions. Daily reflection also encourages humility. The Stoics believed that pride and arrogance lead to wasted time, as they prevent you from learning and growing. When you reflect on your actions, you gain a clearer understanding of your limitations and mistakes, allowing you to approach life with a sense of humility. This humility opens the door to growth, as it allows you to learn from your experiences and make better choices moving forward. Without reflection, it's easy to fall into the trap of repeating the same mistakes, wasting time on unproductive behaviors. Through reflection, you also develop a deeper sense of gratitude for the time you have. The Stoics taught that life is a gift, and that each day is an opportunity to live with intention and purpose. By reflecting on your day, you become more aware of the moments that brought you joy, fulfillment, and growth. This practice helps you cultivate a sense of appreciation for the time you have, motivating you to use it wisely rather than allowing it to slip away unnoticed. Another benefit of reflection is that it helps you build better habits. The Stoics understood that habits shape your life and that small, consistent actions lead to lasting change. When you reflect on your day, you can assess which habits are serving you and which are holding you back. This awareness allows you to make conscious adjustments, replacing unproductive habits with ones that align with your values and goals. Over time, these small changes lead to a life that is more focused, intentional, and meaningful. Reflection also helps you strengthen your relationships. The Stoics believed that connection with others is essential for a fulfilling life, and daily reflection allows you to assess how you're nurturing those connections. Are you spending your time in meaningful ways with the people who matter most, or are you allowing distractions to pull you away from those relationships? Reflection helps you prioritize your time, ensuring that it's spent building strong, meaningful connections with others. Through reflection, you also gain a greater sense of balance in your life. The Stoics believed in the importance of moderation, and reflection allows you to assess whether you're living in balance. Are you giving enough time to the areas of your life that matter most? Your health, your relationships, your personal growth. Reflection helps you see where you may be neglecting certain areas, allowing you to make adjustments that bring more harmony and balance to your life. Another key benefit of reflection is that it helps you cultivate patience. The Stoics understood that impatience leads to wasted time, as it often results in rushed decisions and actions. When you reflect on your day, you can assess whether you acted with patience and thoughtfulness, or whether you allowed impatience to drive your actions. This awareness helps you cultivate greater patience moving forward, ensuring that your time is spent on thoughtful, intentional actions rather than impulsive decisions. Through reflection, you also develop a greater sense of responsibility for your life. The Stoics believed that you are responsible for your own actions and choices, and that blaming external circumstances leads to wasted time. When you reflect on your day, you take ownership of how you spent your time and how you responded to challenges. This sense of responsibility empowers you to make better choices moving forward, ensuring that your time is spent in ways that align with your values and goals. Finally, daily reflection helps you cultivate a sense of inner peace. The Stoics believed that peace comes not from external circumstances, but from within. By reflecting on your day, you gain a clearer understanding of what brings you peace and what disrupts it. This awareness allows you to make conscious choices that support your inner well-being, ensuring that your time is spent in ways that bring you closer to a life of peace, purpose, and fulfillment. As we delve deeper into the power of daily reflection, it becomes clear that this practice is not just about stopping time from slipping away, but about fully understanding how each moment is spent. Daily reflection serves as a tool that allows you to analyze your actions, decisions, and focus, giving you the opportunity to make improvements and live a more intentional life. Through Stoic reflection, you become more conscious of your choices, enabling you to shift away from habits and behaviors that do not serve your goals. Every day offers a new opportunity to refine your approach to life, to cut out what is wasteful and to cultivate what is meaningful. The act of reflection starts by acknowledging where your time goes. You may find yourself feeling busy, yet lacking any sense of true accomplishment. Without reflection, it's easy to get caught up in routines and distractions that seem productive but lead nowhere. When you reflect, you begin to notice how much of your time is spent on tasks that don't align with your values. This awareness is the first step in reclaiming your time and using it with more purpose. Reflection gives you the chance to slow down in a fast-paced world. Life often moves quickly, and without the pause that reflection offers, days blend into weeks and months with little distinction. By taking time each day to reflect, you break this cycle, bringing clarity to how you spend each moment. It's during these moments of reflection that you can ask yourself whether your time is being spent on things that bring value or whether it is being wasted on trivial pursuits. This awareness helps you make better choices moving forward. Through reflection, you begin to see patterns in how you use your time. Certain habits may emerge. Perhaps you spend too much time scrolling through your phone or getting distracted by minor tasks. Reflection helps you recognize these patterns and understand how they impact your ability to focus on what's truly important. Once these patterns are clear, you can take deliberate steps to change them, replacing unproductive behaviors with actions that align more closely with your values. When you reflect on your day, you not only evaluate how your time was spent, but also how your energy was used. Time and energy are deeply interconnected. When your energy is low, even a small task can feel overwhelming, leading to procrastination or avoidance. Reflection allows you to assess whether your energy was directed toward the right activities, or whether it was drained by distractions or stress. This awareness helps you manage your energy more effectively, ensuring that it is directed toward what matters most. Reflection also serves as a tool for aligning your actions with your goals. It's easy to set goals, but lose sight of them in the day-to-day busyness of life. Daily reflection helps you stay connected to your long-term vision by allowing you to evaluate whether your actions are moving you closer to your goals or pulling you away from them. This process keeps you accountable and ensures that your time is spent on what will lead to growth and fulfillment rather than on temporary distractions. The Stoics believed that reflection is essential for living in harmony with your values. When you reflect on how you've spent your time, you can see whether your actions were in alignment with what you truly believe is important. This process of self-assessment ensures that you're not just going through the motions, but living in a way that reflects your deepest principles. When your actions align with your values, you feel a greater sense of integrity and purpose in your life. Reflection also helps you gain perspective on the challenges you face. Often, difficulties in life seem overwhelming in the moment, but through reflection, you can see them in a broader context. You begin to recognize that many challenges are temporary and that they offer valuable lessons if you take the time to reflect on them. This shift in perspective allows you to approach problems with a calm mind, knowing that even setbacks can serve a purpose in your journey. Another benefit of reflection is that it helps you practice gratitude. The Stoics emphasized the importance of being grateful for what you have, and reflection offers the perfect opportunity to cultivate this mindset. By reflecting on your day, you can identify the moments of joy, connection, or growth that might have gone unnoticed in the rush of daily life. This practice of gratitude shifts your focus from what's missing to what's already present, helping you appreciate the time you have. Reflection also enables you to develop emotional awareness. The Stoics believed that managing your emotions is key to living a peaceful and productive life. Through daily reflection, you can assess how your emotions influenced your actions throughout the day. Were you reactive, or did you respond thoughtfully to challenges? This awareness helps you take control of your emotional responses, allowing you to make better decisions and avoid wasting time on unnecessary emotional turmoil. As you practice reflection, you also become more mindful of the intentions behind your actions. It's easy to act out of habit or external pressure without truly considering why you're doing something. Reflection gives you the space to question your motivations and evaluate whether your actions are driven by genuine purpose or by the expectations of others. This self-awareness helps you live more authentically, ensuring that your time is spent on activities that align with your personal values rather than on obligations that don't serve your true self. Reflection helps you cultivate patience, a virtue highly valued by the Stoics. In a world that encourages instant gratification, it's easy to become frustrated when things don't happen quickly or when progress feels slow. Through reflection, you can assess how you responded to delays or setbacks during your day. Did you react with impatience, or were you able to remain calm and focused? This awareness helps you develop greater patience, knowing that meaningful progress often takes time and that rushing through life leads to missed opportunities for growth. Another key benefit of reflection is that it helps you set boundaries. When you reflect on your day, you can see where your time and energy were spent on activities that didn't align with your values or goals. This awareness helps you recognize where you need to set clearer boundaries, whether with others or with yourself, to protect your time. By setting boundaries, you can avoid the distractions and obligations that pull you away from your true priorities, ensuring that your time is spent on what truly matters. Through reflection, you also gain a clearer understanding of your strengths and weaknesses. The Stoics believed that self-awareness is essential for personal growth, and reflection offers the opportunity to assess where you excel and where you need to improve. This honest self-assessment helps you make better choices in the future, as you can focus on building on your strengths and addressing your weaknesses. By understanding yourself more deeply, you can make choices that lead to greater fulfillment and success. Reflection also helps you recognize the impermanence of life. The Stoics were deeply aware of the fleeting nature of time, and reflection allows you to contemplate this reality. By reflecting on how you spent your day, you're reminded that each moment is precious and that life is short. This awareness motivates you to use your time wisely, ensuring that it's spent on activities that bring meaning and purpose rather than on trivial distractions. As you reflect on your day, you also become more aware of the impact of your choices on others. The Stoics believed in the interconnectedness of all people, and reflection helps you assess whether your actions were in harmony with this belief. Did your choices contribute to the well-being of others, or were they self-centered? This awareness helps you make more compassionate choices in the future, ensuring that your time is spent not only on your own growth, but also on contributing positively to the lives of those around you. Reflection also encourages you to stay adaptable in the face of change. Life is full of unexpected twists and turns, and without reflection, it's easy to become rigid in your approach. By reflecting on how you responded to changes throughout the day, you can assess whether you remained flexible and open to new possibilities, or whether you resisted change out of fear or discomfort. This awareness helps you cultivate greater adaptability, allowing you to navigate life's uncertainties with grace and resilience. Through reflection, you also gain insight into how your environment influences your choices. The Stoics believed that external circumstances should not dictate your inner peace, but without reflection, it's easy to let your surroundings shape your actions. By reflecting on how your environment impacted your behavior, you can identify areas where you need to create more supportive spaces or remove distractions that hinder your focus. This awareness helps you take control of your environment, ensuring that it supports your goals rather than pulling you away from them. As you practice reflection, you also become more aware of the stories you tell yourself. The Stoics understood that much of our suffering comes from the narratives we create about events rather than from the events themselves. By reflecting on your thoughts throughout the day, you can assess whether you were interpreting situations in a way that created unnecessary stress or frustration. This awareness helps you rewrite those stories, allowing you to approach life's challenges with a clearer, more rational mindset. Reflection also helps you cultivate resilience. The Stoics believed that true strength comes from within and that adversity is an opportunity for growth. By reflecting on how you responded to difficulties during your day, you can assess whether you approach challenges with resilience and determination or whether you allowed them to overwhelm you. This awareness helps you build greater mental toughness, ensuring that future challenges are met with a calm, focused mind rather than with fear or frustration. Another benefit of reflection is that it helps you stay focused on the present moment. The Stoics believed that the present is all we truly have, and reflection helps you assess whether you were fully engaged in the moment throughout your day, or whether your mind was distracted by worries about the future or regrets about the past. This awareness helps you cultivate greater mindfulness, allowing you to make better use of your time by being fully present in each moment. As you practice reflection, you also develop a greater sense of purpose. The Stoics believed that living with purpose is essential for a meaningful life, and reflection helps you assess whether your actions are aligned with your purpose. By reflecting on how you spent your day, you can evaluate whether your time was directed toward your long-term goals or whether it was wasted on distractions. This awareness helps you stay focused on your purpose, ensuring that your time is spent on activities that bring you closer to your true goals. Reflection also helps you practice forgiveness, both for yourself and for others. The Stoics believed that holding on to anger or resentment wastes time and energy. By reflecting on your day, you can assess whether you are holding on to any negative emotions that are weighing you down. This awareness allows you to let go of those emotions, freeing yourself from the burden of resentment and allowing you to move forward with a clear mind. Through reflection, you also become more aware of the opportunities you may have missed throughout the day. Life is full of opportunities for growth, connection, and joy, but without reflection, it's easy to overlook them in the rush of daily life. By reflecting on your day, you can identify moments where you could have acted differently, seizing opportunities that were right in front of you. This awareness helps you make better choices in the future, ensuring that you don't miss out on the opportunities that life presents. Reflection also encourages you to stay humble. The Stoics believed that humility is essential for personal growth, and reflection offers the perfect opportunity to practice this virtue. By reflecting on your actions, you can assess where you may have acted out of pride or ego, and where you could have been more open to learning and growth. This awareness helps you approach life with a sense of humility, knowing that there is always room for improvement. As you practice reflection, you also develop a greater sense of self-discipline. The Stoics believed that discipline is key to living a purposeful life, and reflection helps you assess whether you were disciplined in your actions throughout the day. Did you stay focused on your goals, or were you easily distracted by temptations or impulses? This awareness helps you cultivate greater self-control, ensuring that your time is spent on what truly matters rather than on fleeting pleasures. Through reflection, you also gain a deeper understanding of the impermanence of success and failure. The Stoics believed that both success and failure are temporary and that neither should define your worth. By reflecting on your achievements and setbacks throughout the day, you can assess whether you were too attached to the outcomes of your actions or whether you remained focused on the process. This awareness helps you develop a more balanced perspective, knowing that true success comes from living in alignment with your values, regardless of external results. Another benefit of reflection is that it helps you stay motivated. The Stoics believed that living with intention is key to maintaining motivation, and reflection helps you assess whether your actions were driven by genuine purpose or by external pressures. By reflecting on your day, you can reconnect with your long-term goals and reignite your motivation to keep moving forward, even in the face of challenges. Reflection also helps you develop greater compassion for yourself and others. The Stoics believed that we are all connected and that showing compassion is essential for living a meaningful life. By reflecting on your actions, you can assess whether you treated yourself and others with kindness and understanding, or whether you were overly critical or judgmental. This awareness helps you cultivate greater compassion, ensuring that your time is spent building positive relationships and fostering inner peace. As you practice reflection, you also become more aware of the legacy you're creating. The Stoics believed that the way we live each day contributes to the legacy we leave behind. By reflecting on your day, you can assess whether your actions are aligned with the kind of legacy you want to create. This awareness helps you make better choices, ensuring that your time is spent building a life that reflects your values and leaves a positive impact on the world. Finally, reflection helps you cultivate a sense of inner peace. The Stoics believed that peace comes from living in alignment with your values, and reflection helps you assess whether your actions are contributing to that peace. By reflecting on your day, you can identify areas where you need to make changes, ensuring that your time is spent in ways that bring you closer to a life of purpose, fulfillment, and peace. As we've explored the power of reflection and how it enhances self-awareness, it naturally leads us to the next essential aspect of Stoic wisdom: emotional control. Emotions often feel overpowering, catching us off guard and leading us into reactions we later regret. Reacting impulsively, driven by frustration, anger, or fear, is a common experience, but it doesn't have to be inevitable. Stoicism teaches that by practicing emotional control, you can stop merely reacting to life's challenges and instead learn to respond with thoughtfulness and wisdom. This ability to respond rather than react brings a sense of calm and mastery over your inner world, allowing you to navigate even the most difficult situations with grace. Emotions are a natural part of life, but without control, they can quickly spiral into behaviors that don't align with your values or goals. The Stoics believed that emotional control begins with awareness. Instead of pushing emotions away or suppressing them, they encouraged observing emotions as they arise. When you acknowledge your emotions without judgment, you give yourself the space to choose how to respond. This pause is where true emotional control is built, between the emotion and the action. One of the core Stoic practices for emotional control is understanding the distinction between what is within your control and what is not. Much of the emotional turmoil we experience comes from trying to control things we simply cannot influence. When you focus your energy on what is beyond your control, frustration, anger, and anxiety naturally follow. But when you shift your focus to what you can control, your own thoughts, actions, and responses, you regain a sense of power. This understanding transforms how you respond to external events, allowing you to act with clarity rather than react impulsively. Another key aspect of Stoic emotional control is the practice of reframing. The Stoics taught that it's not the events themselves that disturb us, but our interpretation of those events. When you find yourself reacting emotionally, It's often because you've assigned a meaning to the situation that triggers a strong response. By practicing reframing, you can shift your perspective, viewing challenges not as threats, but as opportunities for growth. This change in perception allows you to respond with calmness and wisdom, rather than being driven by emotional impulses. Stoic philosophers like Epictetus emphasized that emotional reactions often stem from irrational judgments. Emotions, particularly intense ones like anger or fear, cloud our judgment and lead to reactions that we later regret. The Stoics believed that by questioning the thoughts behind your emotions, you can break free from irrational reactions. Asking yourself whether your emotional response is based on reality or on distorted thinking helps you regain control over your emotions, enabling you to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. In Stoicism, emotional control is closely tied to the practice of detachment. When you're overly attached to a particular outcome, your emotions are more likely to take over, especially when things don't go as expected. Detachment doesn't mean indifference. It means being able to engage with life fully, without letting external outcomes dictate your internal state. When you detach from the need for things to go a certain way, you free yourself from emotional reactivity. This detachment allows you to approach life's challenges with greater equanimity, responding with intention rather than reacting out of disappointment or frustration. Stoic emotional control is also built through the practice of self-discipline. Emotions are powerful, and without discipline, they can lead you down paths that don't align with your values. Discipline gives you the strength to pause when emotions arise, to take a step back and assess the situation before responding. This pause is where emotional control lives. It's the moment where you choose to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. Through discipline, you train yourself to respond to emotions with wisdom and calmness, even in the face of intense feelings. One of the most effective Stoic strategies for emotional control is the practice of self-reflection. The Stoics believed that by reflecting on your emotional responses at the end of each day, you gain valuable insights into how you can improve. Were there moments when your emotions got the best of you? How could you have responded differently? This practice of self-examination helps you become more aware of your emotional triggers, allowing you to develop strategies for managing them in the future. Reflection transforms emotional reactions into opportunities for growth. Stoicism also teaches that emotional control is rooted in focusing on the present moment. Many emotional reactions are driven by thoughts about the past or worries about the future. Fear, anxiety, and regret often arise when your mind is dwelling on what has happened or what might happen. By anchoring yourself in the present moment, you can prevent these emotions from taking control. The present is where you have the power to act, and by focusing on what is happening now, you can respond to life's challenges with clarity and composure. Another Stoic strategy for emotional control is the practice of acceptance. The Stoics believed that much of our emotional suffering comes from resisting what is. When you fight against reality, wishing things were different or trying to change what is beyond your control, you create emotional turmoil. Acceptance doesn't mean passivity. It means acknowledging reality as it is and choosing how to respond. By accepting what you cannot change, you free yourself from the emotional weight of resistance, allowing you to respond to life's challenges with a clear mind. Emotional control in Stoicism is also closely tied to the practice of gratitude. When you focus on what you're grateful for, it's harder for negative emotions to take hold. Gratitude shifts your perspective, helping you see the positive aspects of a situation even when things don't go as planned. By practicing gratitude, you train your mind to focus on what is good, rather than getting lost in frustration or disappointment. This shift in focus helps you respond to challenges with a sense of calm and appreciation, rather than reacting emotionally. The Stoics also emphasized the importance of emotional resilience. Life is full of difficulties, and how you handle those difficulties determines your emotional well-being. Emotional control is not about suppressing your feelings, but about building the resilience to face challenges without being overwhelmed by them. Resilience allows you to recover quickly from emotional setbacks, responding to challenges with strength and grace. This emotional toughness is cultivated through consistent practice as you learn to stay centered in the face of adversity. Another aspect of Stoic emotional control is the practice of empathy. The Stoics believed that understanding the perspectives and emotions of others helps you respond with kindness and wisdom. When you react emotionally to someone else's actions, it's often because you've taken their behavior personally. But when you practice empathy, you can see the situation from their point of view, which helps you respond with compassion rather than react defensively. Empathy creates space for thoughtful responses, reducing the likelihood of emotionally charged reactions. The Stoics also taught that emotional control requires vigilance over your thoughts. Your emotions are directly influenced by the thoughts you entertain, and without awareness, negative thoughts can lead to emotional spirals. By monitoring your thoughts throughout the day, you can catch negative thinking before it turns into an emotional reaction. This mental vigilance helps you maintain control over your emotions, allowing you to respond to situations with a calm, rational mindset rather than being swept away by emotional impulses. Another key Stoic strategy for emotional control is practicing non-attachment to external approval. Many emotional reactions stem from a desire for validation or fear of criticism. When your self-worth is tied to how others perceive you, you're more likely to react emotionally when faced with disapproval or rejection. The Stoics taught that true emotional freedom comes from detaching yourself from the opinions of others. By focusing on living in alignment with your own values rather than seeking external validation, you can respond to criticism with composure rather than reacting defensively. In Stoicism, emotional control is also strengthened by cultivating inner peace. When your mind is at peace, it's easier to respond to challenges calmly and thoughtfully. Inner peace comes from aligning your thoughts and actions with your values, and from letting go of the need to control external circumstances. This sense of peace acts as a buffer against emotional reactivity, helping you maintain a steady, composed mindset even in the face of difficulties. Through daily practices like meditation, journaling, and reflection, you can cultivate this inner peace, making it easier to respond rather than react. Stoic emotional control also involves letting go of the need for perfection. When you expect perfection from yourself or from others, you set yourself up for disappointment, which often leads to emotional reactions like frustration or anger. The Stoics taught that life is imperfect and that expecting anything else is a recipe for emotional turmoil. By accepting imperfection and embracing the reality of human limitations, you free yourself from the emotional weight of unrealistic expectations. This acceptance allows you to respond to challenges with grace rather than reacting out of frustration. Another Stoic strategy for emotional control is practicing self-compassion. The Stoics recognize that being overly harsh on yourself when you experience emotional reactions only leads to more suffering. Emotional control is not about being perfect. It's about learning and improving over time. When you respond to your emotional challenges with self-compassion, you give yourself the space to grow without judgment. This self-kindness helps you recover more quickly from emotional setbacks, allowing you to respond with wisdom rather than reacting from a place of self-criticism. The Stoics also believed that emotional control is strengthened by cultivating a sense of purpose. When you have a clear sense of purpose, your emotions are less likely to derail you. Purpose provides a guiding light, helping you stay focused on what truly matters, even when emotions arise. This sense of direction helps you respond to challenges with a steady mind, knowing that your actions are aligned with your values and goals. Purpose acts as an anchor, keeping you grounded and centered, regardless of the emotional storms around you. Stoic emotional control is also built through practicing patience. Many emotional reactions stem from impatience, the desire for things to happen quickly or for challenges to be resolved immediately. Patience allows you to take a step back, giving yourself time to process emotions before responding. When you cultivate patience, you're less likely to react impulsively and more likely to respond with thoughtfulness and clarity. Patience creates space for reflection, allowing you to approach emotional challenges with a calm, measured response. Another key aspect of Stoic emotional control is the practice of focusing on what is essential. The Stoics taught that much of our emotional distress comes from getting caught up in trivial matters that don't truly impact our well-being. By focusing on what is essential, your values, your purpose, and your inner peace, you can avoid getting swept up in emotional reactions to things that don't matter. This clarity helps you prioritize your emotional energy, ensuring that it's spent on what is truly important rather than on fleeting concerns. Stoicism also teaches that emotional control requires humility. Often, emotional reactions are driven by pride, the need to be right, to win an argument, or to protect your ego. Humility allows you to step back from these emotional triggers, recognizing that you don't need to prove yourself to others. By embracing humility, you can let go of the need for validation or superiority, responding to challenges with wisdom and grace rather than reacting out of defensiveness or pride. In Stoicism, emotional control is also about accepting the unpredictability of life. Many emotional reactions stem from the desire to control everything around you, but life is inherently unpredictable. The Stoics taught that by accepting the uncertainty of life, you free yourself from the emotional stress that comes from trying to control what cannot be controlled. This acceptance allows you to respond to life's changes with flexibility and resilience, rather than reacting with fear or frustration. Another Stoic strategy for emotional control is the practice of detaching from outcomes. When you're overly attached to a specific outcome, your emotions are more likely to take control when things don't go as planned. By detaching from the need for a particular result, you can approach challenges with a sense of calm, knowing that your worth is not tied to the outcome. This detachment allows you to respond thoughtfully to setbacks, rather than reacting emotionally out of disappointment or fear of failure. Emotional control in Stoicism also involves recognizing the transient nature of emotions. The Stoics believed that emotions, like thoughts, come and go, and that they don't have to define your actions. By observing your emotions without getting attached to them, you can create space between the feeling and the action. This space gives you the opportunity to choose how to respond, rather than reacting impulsively. Understanding that emotions are temporary helps you maintain perspective, ensuring that your actions are driven by reason rather than fleeting feelings. Another benefit of Stoic emotional control is the ability to remain calm in the face of criticism. The Stoics taught that criticism is an inevitable part of life, but how you respond to it is within your control. When you react emotionally to criticism, you give away your power, allowing others' opinions to dictate your mood and behavior. But when you respond with calmness and thoughtfulness, you maintain control over your emotional state. This ability to stay composed in the face of criticism is a hallmark of emotional mastery. The Stoics also emphasized the importance of practicing forgiveness as a form of emotional control. Holding on to anger or resentment only leads to more emotional suffering. Forgiveness frees you from the emotional weight of past hurts, allowing you to move forward with a clear mind and a light heart. By choosing to forgive, you take control of your emotional well-being, ensuring that your time and energy are spent on growth and healing rather than on holding grudges. In Stoicism, emotional control is also tied to the practice of inner reflection. The more you reflect on your emotional responses, the more insight you gain into the patterns and triggers that lead to emotional reactions. This self-awareness allows you to anticipate emotional challenges and prepare yourself to respond with calmness and wisdom. Reflection helps you develop emotional resilience, ensuring that you can navigate life's ups and downs with a steady, composed mind. Ultimately, Stoic emotional control is about reclaiming your inner freedom. When your emotions control you, you become a prisoner to every external event that stirs a reaction. But when you learn to control your emotions, you gain the freedom to choose your responses, no matter what life throws your way. This inner freedom is the key to living a life of peace, purpose, and fulfillment, unshaken by the emotional storms that inevitably come. As we move forward from understanding the power of emotional control, the next crucial step is learning how to master the Stoic technique of responding calmly to life's inevitable challenges. Emotional reactions often escalate situations, leading to more stress and dissatisfaction. However, Stoicism offers a powerful alternative, a calm and thoughtful response, one that transforms chaos into peace. When you learn to respond instead of react, you bring a sense of inner tranquility to every challenge, allowing you to navigate life with a deeper sense of happiness and fulfillment. This practice is not about suppressing emotions, but about channeling them in a way that serves your highest good. Life will always present you with difficulties. Some challenges are small, while others shake the very foundation of your existence. The key difference between reacting emotionally and responding calmly lies in how you handle these moments. A reaction is often immediate, driven by instinct and emotion. It's usually defensive or impulsive, leaving little room for reflection. A response, on the other hand, is deliberate and measured. It takes into account not only your emotions, but also the situation at hand, allowing you to choose your actions wisely. This shift from reaction to response is where true peace is found. Responding calmly to life's challenges requires practice, but it begins with awareness. When you become aware of your emotional triggers, you create space between the stimulus and your reaction. In this space, you have the opportunity to decide how you want to respond. This simple pause is transformative. It allows you to regain control over your emotions, preventing them from hijacking your behavior. The more you practice this pause, the more naturally it becomes part of your life, allowing you to face challenges with a sense of calm and clarity. One of the most effective ways to cultivate a calm response is by embracing the Stoic principle of focusing on what you can control. Many emotional reactions stem from trying to change or control things that are beyond your power. This leads to frustration, anxiety, and stress. However, when you focus only on what is within your control, your thoughts, actions, and responses, you reclaim your peace of mind. This focus not only reduces emotional reactivity, but also empowers you to face challenges with confidence and serenity. Stoicism also teaches that responding calmly begins with acceptance. Life is unpredictable, and not everything will go according to plan. When you resist this reality, you create unnecessary emotional turmoil. But when you accept life as it is, without wishing it were different, you open yourself to respond calmly to whatever comes your way. Acceptance is not about resignation. It's about facing reality with clarity and choosing how to respond wisely, rather than reacting emotionally out of frustration or disappointment. Another key to mastering the Stoic technique of responding calmly is practicing detachment from outcomes. When you are overly attached to a specific result, your emotions are likely to take over when things don't go as expected. This attachment can lead to stress, anger, or disappointment. But when you detach from the outcome and focus on the process, doing your best, regardless of the result, you free yourself from emotional reactions. Detachment allows you to approach challenges with an open mind and a calm heart, knowing that your peace does not depend on any external outcome. The Stoics believed that how you respond to challenges defines your character. Every obstacle, every difficult situation is an opportunity to practice virtue and grow stronger. When you respond calmly, you are embodying the Stoic virtues of wisdom, courage, and temperance. You are choosing to act in accordance with your values rather than being swayed by emotional impulses. This consistent practice not only leads to a more peaceful life, but also builds a strong, resilient character that can withstand even the toughest challenges. Responding calmly also requires letting go of the need for control over others. Much of our emotional reactions stem from wanting others to behave in a certain way. When they don't meet our expectations, we react emotionally, whether through frustration, anger, or disappointment. But the Stoics teach that you cannot control others. You can only control how you respond to them. By letting go of the need to change or control others, you free yourself from emotional distress and are able to respond with calmness and understanding, regardless of how others act. The practice of responding calmly is also closely tied to the Stoic concept of living in accordance with nature. Life is full of unexpected events, many of which are beyond your control. The Stoics believed that nature is indifferent to our desires, and that true peace comes from aligning ourselves with the natural flow of life. When you stop resisting what life presents and instead respond calmly and thoughtfully, you live in harmony with nature. This alignment brings a deep sense of peace, as you are no longer battling against the inevitable changes and challenges of life. Another important aspect of responding calmly is cultivating patience. Patience allows you to endure difficult situations without becoming emotionally reactive. It creates the space needed to process emotions, think clearly, and choose a thoughtful response. In moments of frustration or stress, patience gives you the strength to pause and reflect, rather than lashing out or reacting impulsively. The more you practice patience, the more naturally it becomes a part of how you handle life's challenges, leading to greater peace and happiness. Stoic wisdom also teaches that responding calmly requires humility. Many emotional reactions come from pride, feeling insulted, disrespected, or wronged. Humility allows you to put your ego aside and see the situation more clearly. When you are not driven by the need to protect your pride, you can respond to challenges with a calm and measured approach. Humility opens the door to wisdom, allowing you to make choices that are not clouded by emotional defensiveness or the need to prove yourself. Another powerful Stoic technique for responding calmly is reframing. Reframing involves changing your perspective on a situation to see it in a more positive or constructive light. When faced with a challenge, instead of reacting with frustration or anger, you can reframe the situation as an opportunity for growth. This shift in perspective helps you approach challenges with a calm and open mind, ready to learn from whatever life presents. Reframing turns obstacles into opportunities, allowing you to respond with resilience and wisdom. Responding calmly also involves practicing gratitude. The Stoics believed that gratitude is essential for maintaining inner peace, especially in difficult times. When you focus on what you are grateful for, even in the midst of challenges, it's harder for negative emotions to take control. Gratitude shifts your attention from what is wrong to what is good, helping you stay calm and centered. By practicing gratitude daily, you cultivate a mindset that allows you to respond to life's challenges with a sense of peace and contentment. Stoicism teaches that calmness is a choice. No matter what life throws at you, you have the power to choose how you respond. This realization is liberating. It means that your peace of mind is within your control, regardless of external circumstances. When you understand that calmness is a choice, you can begin to practice it in every situation. This practice starts with small challenges and gradually builds your capacity to respond calmly to even the most difficult situations. Over time, calmness becomes your default response, leading to a more peaceful and happy life. The practice of responding calmly is also strengthened by mindfulness. When you are mindful, you are fully present in the moment, aware of your thoughts, emotions, and surroundings. This awareness helps you notice when emotions are starting to rise, giving you the opportunity to pause and choose a calm response. Mindfulness creates a gap between the stimulus and your reaction, allowing you to respond thoughtfully rather than impulsively. By practicing mindfulness regularly, you train your mind to stay calm and focused, even in the midst of chaos. Another key to responding calmly is self-discipline. Emotions are powerful, and without discipline, they can easily take control. Self-discipline gives you the strength to pause, reflect, and choose a response that aligns with your values, rather than reacting out of anger or fear. The more you practice self-discipline, the more naturally it comes to you in moments of challenge. This discipline allows you to remain calm and composed, even when emotions are running high, leading to better outcomes and a greater sense of inner peace. Responding calmly also requires self-awareness. The more you understand your own emotional triggers, the better equipped you are to manage them. When you know what situations tend to provoke emotional reactions, you can prepare yourself to respond calmly. This self-awareness helps you anticipate challenges and approach them with a clear mind. The more you practice this awareness, the more naturally it becomes part of your daily life, allowing you to respond to challenges with calmness and wisdom. Stoicism also teaches that calmness comes from letting go of attachment to external validation. When your sense of worth is tied to the approval of others, you are more likely to react emotionally when you feel criticized or rejected. But when you let go of the need for external validation and focus on living in alignment with your own values, you free yourself from this emotional roller coaster. This detachment allows you to respond to criticism or disapproval with calmness, knowing that your worth is not dependent on the opinions of others. Another powerful Stoic practice for responding calmly is the use of premeditation. The Stoics believed in mentally preparing for challenges before they happen. By contemplating potential difficulties and how you would respond to them, you build emotional resilience. When the challenge arises, you are not caught off guard, and you are more likely to respond calmly and thoughtfully. This practice of premeditation helps you anticipate obstacles and approach them with a calm and prepared mind, reducing emotional reactivity. Stoic calmness also comes from the practice of simplicity. The more complicated your life is, the more likely you are to feel overwhelmed and emotionally reactive. By simplifying your life, focusing on what is truly important, and letting go of unnecessary distractions, you create a sense of peace and clarity. This simplicity allows you to respond to challenges with a calm and focused mind, rather than being pulled in multiple directions by competing priorities. Simplifying your life creates space for calmness to flourish. Another important aspect of responding calmly is cultivating a sense of trust in yourself. When you trust your ability to handle whatever life throws at you, you are less likely to react out of fear or anxiety. This trust is built through experience. By consistently responding to challenges with calmness and wisdom, you reinforce your belief in your own strength and resilience. Over time, this trust becomes a source of inner peace, allowing you to face even the most difficult situations with confidence and calmness. Stoicism teaches that calmness is also strengthened by the practice of self-reflection. At the end of each day, reflect on how you responded to the challenges you faced. Were there moments when you reacted emotionally? How could you have responded more calmly? This practice of self-examination helps you learn from your experiences and improve over time. By reflecting on your responses, you become more aware of your emotional patterns and develop strategies for responding with greater calmness in the future. Responding calmly also requires the practice of detaching from your ego. Many emotional reactions are driven by the need to defend or protect your sense of self. But when you detach from the need to always be right or to protect your ego, you free yourself from this emotional burden. This detachment allows you to respond to challenges with humility and wisdom rather than reacting out of defensiveness or pride. The more you practice letting go of your ego, the easier it becomes to respond to life's challenges with calmness and grace. Another key to responding calmly is learning to embrace uncertainty. Life is unpredictable, and many emotional reactions stem from the fear of the unknown. But when you accept that uncertainty is a natural part of life, you can approach it with a sense of calm curiosity rather than fear. This acceptance of uncertainty allows you to respond to unexpected challenges with flexibility and resilience, knowing that you don't need to have all the answers in order to navigate the situation effectively. Stoicism also teaches that responding calmly requires self-compassion. When you're hard on yourself for experiencing emotional reactions, it only adds to your stress and frustration. By practicing self-compassion, you allow yourself to learn and grow from each experience without judgment. This self-kindness helps you recover more quickly from emotional setbacks, allowing you to respond to future challenges with greater calmness and resilience. Self-compassion is essential for maintaining your peace of mind, especially in difficult times. Responding calmly also involves recognizing that challenges are a natural part of life. The Stoics believed that difficulties are opportunities for growth, not obstacles to be avoided. When you accept challenges as a necessary part of your journey, you can approach them with a sense of calm determination. This mindset shift helps you respond to challenges with resilience, knowing that each obstacle is a chance to strengthen your character and deepen your wisdom. Building on the strength of responding calmly to life's challenges, the next step is learning how to take immediate action on your goals using Stoic discipline. In moments of reflection, you may realize how easy it is to delay what truly matters, waiting for the perfect moment or the ideal set of circumstances. Yet Stoicism teaches that there is no better time than now. Discipline is not just about enduring hardship, but about cultivating the ability to act, even when it's difficult. The power of Stoic discipline lies in its relentless focus on the present, urging you to stop waiting and start moving toward your goals with purpose and clarity. Procrastination is one of the greatest barriers to achieving your goals. It's easy to put things off, waiting for the right mood or the right circumstances, but this habit slowly eats away at your potential. Stoicism teaches that taking action is a choice you can make in every moment. By focusing on what you can do now, rather than what might go wrong or what you feel unprepared for, you break the cycle of delay. Discipline helps you overcome the inertia of waiting and sets you in motion toward progress. Immediate action begins with recognizing that you control your own effort. While external factors may be unpredictable, your willingness to take action is entirely within your control. The Stoics believed that you have the power to decide how much effort you put into your goals, regardless of circumstances. By understanding that effort is something you can always choose, you empower yourself to take immediate steps, no matter how small, toward achieving your objectives. This mindset helps you focus on what can be done rather than being paralyzed by what you can't control. Discipline, at its core, is about consistency. It's not about grand gestures or bursts of productivity, but about taking small, meaningful actions every day. These consistent actions add up over time, moving you closer to your goals. Stoicism teaches that each day offers an opportunity to practice discipline by doing what needs to be done, even when you don't feel like it. This consistency is what transforms goals from distant dreams into achievable realities. A key aspect of taking immediate action is understanding the value of time. Time is a finite resource, and each moment that passes without action is a moment lost. The Stoics were deeply aware of the fleeting nature of time, urging us to use it wisely. When you take action now, you are making the most of the time you have, rather than letting it slip away through hesitation or doubt. Discipline helps you appreciate the urgency of now, pushing you to act before opportunities fade. Stoic discipline also involves breaking down large goals into smaller, manageable tasks. Often, the sheer size of a goal can be overwhelming, leading to procrastination. But when you break it down into smaller steps, each one becomes more achievable. Discipline helps you focus on completing these smaller tasks, one by one, until the larger goal is within reach. This approach prevents you from feeling overwhelmed and keeps you moving forward with a clear sense of progress. Another aspect of Stoic discipline is embracing discomfort. Growth and progress often require stepping out of your comfort zone, yet it's human nature to avoid discomfort. Stoicism teaches that discomfort is a natural part of the journey toward achieving your goals. By practicing discipline, you train yourself to push through the discomfort, knowing that each step brings you closer to your objective. This mindset allows you to act in the face of difficulty, rather than being held back by fear or uncertainty. Stoicism also teaches that taking immediate action requires focusing on the present moment. Too often, we get caught up in worrying about the future or dwelling on past mistakes, which prevents us from taking action in the now. Discipline helps you stay grounded in the present, focusing on what you can do at this moment to move forward. By letting go of the need to control the future, you free yourself to take immediate, purposeful action. Discipline is also about commitment. When you commit to your goals fully, you eliminate the option of giving up or postponing action. This commitment creates a sense of accountability, as you know that every day is an opportunity to honor that commitment. Stoic discipline involves holding yourself accountable for the actions you take or fail to take, ensuring that you remain focused on your goals and continue to make progress, even when the path is difficult. One of the reasons we often delay action is the fear of failure. Stoicism teaches that failure is not something to be feared, but something to be embraced as part of the learning process. By practicing discipline, you overcome the fear of failure, knowing that taking action, whether it leads to success or not, is more valuable than doing nothing at all. Each action you take, even if it doesn't lead to the desired outcome, teaches you something valuable and brings you closer to your goal. Stoic discipline also involves developing a sense of patience. While immediate action is essential, progress often takes time. It's easy to become frustrated when results don't come quickly, but Stoicism teaches that true discipline is about staying the course, even when progress is slow. Patience helps you remain consistent in your efforts, trusting that each small action is contributing to your long-term success. This patience prevents you from becoming discouraged and keeps you motivated to continue taking action. Another key element of Stoic discipline is the ability to prioritize. In a world full of distractions, it's easy to lose focus on what truly matters. Discipline helps you cut through the noise and prioritize the actions that will have the greatest impact on your goals. By focusing on the most important tasks and letting go of distractions, you ensure that your time and energy are directed toward what truly matters, rather than being scattered across trivial pursuits. Taking immediate action also requires self-awareness. Stoicism teaches that you must know yourself, your strengths, weaknesses, and tendencies in order to act effectively. Discipline helps you recognize when you're avoiding action out of fear or doubt and gives you the strength to push past those barriers. This self-awareness allows you to make conscious choices about how you spend your time and energy, ensuring that your actions align with your goals. Stoic discipline is also about embracing simplicity. Complicating your goals with too many unnecessary steps or distractions can lead to inaction. By simplifying your approach, you make it easier to take immediate action. Discipline helps you focus on what is essential, eliminating the distractions and complications that can slow you down. This simplicity allows you to move forward with clarity and purpose, without getting bogged down by unnecessary details. Another important aspect of Stoic discipline is the ability to adapt. Life is unpredictable, and your path to achieving your goals may not always be straightforward. Discipline helps you stay flexible and open to change, allowing you to adjust your approach when necessary without losing sight of your ultimate goal. This adaptability ensures that you can continue taking action even when circumstances change or obstacles arise. Discipline also involves developing resilience. Achieving your goals is rarely a smooth process, and setbacks are inevitable. Stoicism teaches that resilience, the ability to recover from setbacks and keep moving forward, is essential for success. Discipline gives you the strength to persevere through difficulties, knowing that each challenge is an opportunity to grow stronger. This resilience helps you stay focused on your goals, even when the path is difficult or uncertain. Taking immediate action also requires focus. In a world filled with distractions, maintaining focus on your goals is challenging but essential. Stoic discipline involves training your mind to stay focused on the task at hand, resisting the temptation to get sidetracked by distractions. This focus allows you to take consistent action, ensuring that your efforts are directed toward what truly matters, rather than being scattered across unimportant activities. Stoicism teaches that discipline is not just about external action, but also about managing your internal state. Your thoughts and emotions can either support or hinder your ability to take action. Discipline helps you cultivate a calm and focused mind, free from the anxieties and doubts that can lead to inaction. By maintaining control over your internal state, you are better able to take immediate and purposeful action, regardless of external circumstances. Another aspect of Stoic discipline is developing the habit of action. The more you practice taking immediate action, the more it becomes a natural part of your daily routine. Discipline helps you build this habit by reinforcing the importance of consistency and effort. Over time, taking action becomes second nature, and you no longer need to rely on motivation or inspiration to get started. This habit of action ensures that you continue making progress toward your goals, even on days when you don't feel particularly motivated. Stoicism also teaches that discipline requires courage. Taking immediate action often involves stepping into the unknown, facing fears, or challenging yourself in new ways. Discipline gives you the courage to take these steps, even when they feel uncomfortable or uncertain. This courage allows you to move forward with confidence, knowing that each action brings you closer to your goals, regardless of the challenges you face. Discipline also involves cultivating self-control. Achieving your goals requires you to resist temptations and distractions that can pull you off course. Stoic discipline helps you develop the self-control needed to stay focused on your goals, even when faced with distractions or temptations. This self-control allows you to take immediate action rather than getting sidetracked by short-term pleasures or unproductive habits. Another key element of Stoic discipline is the ability to stay calm under pressure. When you're working toward ambitious goals, pressure and stress are inevitable. Discipline helps you maintain your composure in these moments, allowing you to take clear, focused action rather than being overwhelmed by stress or anxiety. This calmness under pressure ensures that you can continue making progress, even when the stakes are high or the challenges are intense. Taking immediate action also requires a sense of responsibility. Stoicism teaches that you are responsible for your own life and your own progress. Discipline helps you take ownership of your goals, recognizing that no one else will achieve them for you. This sense of responsibility empowers you to take immediate action, knowing that every step you take is a step toward creating the life you want. Stoic discipline also involves developing a sense of detachment from perfectionism. The desire for perfection can often lead to inaction as you wait for the perfect moment or the perfect plan. But Stoicism teaches that perfection is an illusion, and waiting for it only delays progress. Discipline helps you let go of the need for perfection and take action now, knowing that progress is more important than perfection. This mindset allows you to move forward with confidence, even when things aren't perfect. Another aspect of Stoic discipline is the ability to learn from failure. Failure is a natural part of the process of achieving your goals, but it can also be discouraging. Stoicism teaches that failure is not something to fear, but something to learn from. Discipline helps you embrace failure as an opportunity for growth, allowing you to take immediate action even after a setback. This resilience ensures that failure doesn't stop you from pursuing your goals, but instead becomes a valuable part of the learning process. Discipline also involves setting clear boundaries. In order to take immediate action on your goals, you need to protect your time and energy from distractions and unproductive commitments. Stoic discipline helps you set boundaries that prioritize your goals, ensuring that you have the time and focus needed to take consistent action. These boundaries help you stay committed to your goals, even when other demands threaten to pull you off course. Stoicism teaches that taking immediate action also requires self-compassion. The journey toward achieving your goals is rarely linear, and there will be times when you fall short or make mistakes. Discipline helps you approach these moments with self-compassion, recognizing that progress is more important than perfection. This self-compassion allows you to recover quickly from setbacks and continue taking action, rather than being discouraged by temporary failures. Another key aspect of Stoic discipline is the ability to stay adaptable. While discipline requires consistency, it also requires flexibility. Life is unpredictable, and the path to your goals may not always be straightforward. Discipline helps you stay adaptable, allowing you to adjust your approach when necessary without losing sight of your ultimate objective. This adaptability ensures that you can continue taking immediate action, even when circumstances change or new challenges arise. Discipline also involves developing a sense of gratitude for the progress you make. Stoicism teaches that each step toward your goal, no matter how small, is worth celebrating. By practicing gratitude for the progress you've made, you stay motivated to continue taking action. This gratitude helps you maintain a positive mindset, even when the journey is long or challenging, ensuring that you remain committed to your goals. Another important aspect of Stoic discipline is the ability to focus on the process rather than the outcome. While it's natural to want to achieve your goals quickly, Stoicism teaches that the process of working toward your goals is just as important as the outcome. Discipline helps you focus on the daily actions and efforts that lead to success, rather than becoming fixated on the end result. This process-oriented mindset allows you to take immediate action with a sense of purpose, knowing that each step is valuable in itself. Stoicism also teaches that discipline requires balance. While taking immediate action is essential, it's also important to avoid burnout. Discipline helps you find the balance between taking consistent action and allowing yourself the rest and recovery needed to maintain long-term progress. This balance ensures that you can continue working toward your goals with energy and focus without sacrificing your well-being. Finally, Stoic discipline involves cultivating a sense of inner peace. When you are at peace with yourself and your journey, it's easier to take immediate action without being weighed down by doubt or fear. Stoicism teaches that true peace comes from living in alignment with your values, and discipline helps you stay committed to that alignment. This inner peace allows you to take action with clarity and confidence, knowing that each step brings you closer to a life of purpose and fulfillment. Having explored how Stoic discipline drives immediate action toward your goals, the next crucial step is learning to break free from procrastination. Procrastination is a silent thief that steals your potential one delayed task at a time, keeping you from living fully and achieving your dreams. Stoicism offers timeless methods to overcome this habit by focusing on building self-discipline and sharpening your ability to stay focused. When you understand the Stoic approach, you no longer let the fear of discomfort or the pull of distractions hold you back. Instead, you find the strength to take action, no matter how difficult the task may seem. Procrastination often stems from a desire to avoid discomfort, but Stoicism teaches that discomfort is part of the journey toward growth. The Stoics believed that avoiding difficulty only prolongs suffering, while facing it head-on brings progress. By embracing this philosophy, you can shift your mindset away from delaying tasks and instead focus on the immediate actions you can take to move forward. When you learn to see discomfort as a necessary step, procrastination loses its power, and you're more likely to tackle your goals with determination. One of the fundamental Stoic practices for overcoming procrastination is breaking tasks into manageable steps. Large tasks often feel overwhelming, leading to avoidance. But when you break them down into smaller, actionable steps, they become more approachable. This shift in perspective reduces the mental barrier to starting, allowing you to take that first crucial step toward completion. By focusing on one step at a time, you build momentum, making it easier to keep moving forward. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of taking responsibility for your time. Procrastination thrives when you feel disconnected from your sense of accountability. The Stoics believed that you are responsible for how you use your time, and that wasted time is a lost opportunity to live fully. By embracing this sense of responsibility, you shift your focus away from delay and toward action. Each moment becomes an opportunity to make progress rather than something to be squandered through inaction. Another Stoic method for overcoming procrastination is cultivating self-discipline through regular habits. Discipline is not something that appears in moments of need. It is built through consistent practice. The Stoics understood that small daily habits create lasting change. By establishing routines that encourage action, you eliminate the need to rely on fleeting motivation. These habits create a foundation of discipline that supports you in taking action, even when you don't feel like it. A key element of Stoic self-discipline is focusing on what you can control. Procrastination often occurs when you fixate on aspects of a task that feel beyond your control, leading to frustration or paralysis. The Stoics taught that by narrowing your focus to what is within your power, your effort, your attitude, your actions, you regain control over the situation. This shift in focus reduces the mental load of a task, making it easier to start and maintain momentum. Stoic philosophy also encourages mindfulness of time's fleeting nature. Procrastination thrives on the false belief that there is always more time. However, the Stoics remind us that time is limited, and each moment wasted is a moment lost forever. This awareness of life's brevity helps sharpen your focus and urgency. Instead of delaying action, you are motivated to seize the present moment, recognizing its value. With this mindset, procrastination gives way to purposeful action. Another powerful Stoic tool for overcoming procrastination is premeditation. The Stoics believed in mentally preparing for challenges before they arise. By anticipating the difficulties you might encounter when starting a task, whether it's fear of failure, distractions, or discomfort, you are better equipped to handle them when they appear. This preparation allows you to approach tasks with a calm, focused mind, reducing the likelihood of procrastination. Premeditation helps you anticipate roadblocks and face them with confidence, rather than being caught off guard and delaying action. Procrastination often stems from a lack of clarity about priorities. The Stoics teach that knowing what truly matters allows you to focus your efforts effectively. When you have a clear sense of your values and goals, it becomes easier to identify which tasks deserve your immediate attention. This clarity helps you cut through the noise of distractions and focus on what will bring you closer to your long-term objectives. With your priorities aligned, procrastination has less space to grow, and action becomes a natural extension of your purpose. Stoic self-discipline is also rooted in the practice of reflection. Regular reflection allows you to assess how you've used your time and whether your actions align with your goals. By reflecting on moments when you procrastinated, you can identify patterns of avoidance and develop strategies to counter them in the future. This self-awareness helps you course-correct, ensuring that procrastination doesn't become a habit. Reflection turns each day into a learning opportunity, allowing you to make better choices moving forward. One of the most effective Stoic strategies for overcoming procrastination is detaching from the need for perfection. Perfectionism often leads to paralysis, as the fear of not doing something perfectly prevents you from starting at all. The Stoics taught that striving for excellence is important, but the pursuit of perfection is unrealistic and counterproductive. By letting go of the need for perfection, you free yourself to take action, knowing that progress is more important than perfection. This mindset allows you to move forward with confidence rather than delaying action out of fear. Another key element of Stoic self-discipline is learning to manage distractions. In today's world, distractions are everywhere, pulling your attention away from what truly matters. The Stoics believed that focus is essential for achieving your goals, and that distractions only serve to dilute your efforts. By practicing mindfulness and setting clear boundaries, you can reduce the influence of distractions and create an environment that supports focused action. This disciplined focus helps you overcome procrastination by keeping you on track, even in the face of temptation. Stoicism also teaches that procrastination is often fueled by emotional resistance. Fear, doubt, and anxiety can create mental barriers that make it difficult to start or complete a task. The Stoics believed that by examining your emotions and understanding their root causes, you can overcome this resistance. By acknowledging these feelings without judgment, you create space to act despite them. This emotional awareness allows you to push through the mental barriers that fuel procrastination, turning fear and doubt into opportunities for growth. One of the most powerful Stoic principles for overcoming procrastination is the idea of voluntary discomfort. The Stoics believed that by regularly exposing yourself to discomfort, you build resilience and reduce the fear of challenging tasks. When you train yourself to endure discomfort, whether it's physical, mental, or emotional, you become less likely to procrastinate in the face of difficult tasks. This practice helps you develop the mental toughness needed to take immediate action, even when the task feels overwhelming or unpleasant. Stoic self-discipline also involves cultivating a sense of detachment from outcomes. Often, procrastination arises from the fear of failure or disappointment. The Stoics taught that while you cannot control the outcome of your efforts, you can control the effort itself. By focusing on doing your best, regardless of the result, you free yourself from the anxiety that leads to procrastination. This detachment allows you to take action with confidence, knowing that the process is more important than the outcome. Another effective Stoic method for overcoming procrastination is the practice of gratitude. When you focus on what you are grateful for, it's harder for negative emotions like fear or doubt to take hold. Gratitude shifts your perspective from what's lacking to what's abundant, helping you approach tasks with a sense of appreciation rather than avoidance. This positive mindset makes it easier to take action, as you are motivated by a sense of purpose and gratitude rather than by fear of failure or discomfort. Stoic discipline also involves cultivating resilience. Procrastination often occurs when you encounter setbacks or challenges that feel insurmountable. The Stoics believed that resilience, the ability to recover from difficulties and keep moving forward, is essential for overcoming procrastination. By developing resilience, you become less likely to be derailed by obstacles and more likely to take immediate action in the face of challenges. This resilience helps you stay focused on your goals, even when the path is difficult or uncertain. Another key aspect of Stoic discipline is learning to embrace the present moment. Procrastination often stems from worrying about the future or dwelling on past mistakes, which prevents you from taking action in the now. Stoicism teaches that the present moment is all you truly have, and that by focusing on what you can do today, you free yourself from the paralysis of overthinking. This focus on the present allows you to take immediate action, knowing that each step forward is a step toward progress. Stoicism also teaches that self-discipline requires a sense of balance. While it's important to take action and stay focused on your goals, it's also essential to avoid burnout. Discipline helps you find the balance between working hard and taking time for rest and recovery. This balance ensures that you can maintain long-term focus and avoid the exhaustion that often leads to procrastination. By prioritizing both action and self-care, you create a sustainable approach to achieving your goals. Another important Stoic principle for overcoming procrastination is the idea of accountability. When you hold yourself accountable for your actions, or lack thereof, you become more motivated to take immediate action. The Stoics believed in taking full responsibility for their lives, and this sense of accountability drives disciplined action. By setting clear goals and holding yourself accountable for your progress, you eliminate the excuses that lead to procrastination and stay committed to your objectives. Stoic self-discipline also involves cultivating a sense of detachment from external validation. Procrastination often occurs when you are overly concerned with how others will perceive your efforts. The Stoics taught that true discipline comes from within, and that external approval is fleeting and unreliable. By focusing on your own values and goals, rather than on the opinions of others, you free yourself from the pressure to perform perfectly. This inner focus allows you to take action with confidence, regardless of external judgment. Another powerful Stoic strategy for overcoming procrastination is the practice of setting clear intentions. When you are unclear about what you want to achieve, it's easy to fall into the trap of procrastination. The Stoics believed that clarity of purpose is essential for disciplined action. By setting clear, specific goals, you give yourself a roadmap for success, making it easier to take immediate action. This clarity eliminates the uncertainty that often leads to delay, allowing you to focus on what truly matters. Stoic discipline also involves learning to manage your energy effectively. Procrastination often arises when your energy is low or misdirected. The Stoics believed that by maintaining balance in all areas of life, physical, mental, and emotional, you can preserve your energy for what truly matters. By taking care of your body through proper nutrition, exercise, and rest, and by managing your mental energy through mindfulness and focus, you create the conditions for disciplined action. This holistic approach to energy management ensures that you have the stamina to take immediate action on your goals. Another key element of Stoic self-discipline is the ability to prioritize. Not all tasks are created equal, and some will have a greater impact on your goals than others. The Stoics believed that by focusing on what is essential, you can avoid getting bogged down by trivial distractions. This focus on priorities helps you overcome procrastination by ensuring that your efforts are directed toward what truly matters. When you prioritize effectively, procrastination has less room to grow, and action becomes a natural extension of your purpose. Stoicism also teaches that self-discipline involves developing the habit of action. The more you practice taking immediate action, the more it becomes a natural part of your routine. By reinforcing the habit of starting tasks promptly and following through, you train yourself to overcome procrastination automatically. This habit of action creates momentum, making it easier to stay focused and committed to your goals, even when the initial motivation fades. Another important Stoic principle for overcoming procrastination is learning to embrace uncertainty. Often, procrastination arises from the fear of the unknown, whether it's fear of failure, fear of judgment, or fear of not knowing what will happen next. The Stoics believed that uncertainty is a natural part of life, and that by accepting it, you free yourself from the paralysis of indecision. This acceptance of uncertainty allows you to take action with confidence, knowing that no matter what happens, you have the strength to handle it. Stoic self-discipline also involves cultivating a sense of humility. Procrastination often stems from pride, the fear of looking foolish or failing in front of others. The Stoics taught that humility allows you to take action without being weighed down by ego. When you let go of the need to prove yourself to others, you free yourself to take action without fear of judgment or failure. This humility allows you to focus on the task at hand, rather than getting caught up in concerns about how you will be perceived. Another effective Stoic strategy for overcoming procrastination is learning to let go of attachment to outcomes. The Stoics believed that while you can control your actions, you cannot control the outcome. By detaching from the need for a specific result, you free yourself to take action without fear of failure. This detachment allows you to focus on the process, knowing that doing your best is more important than achieving a particular outcome. This mindset helps you overcome procrastination by removing the fear that often leads to delay. Stoicism also teaches that discipline requires self-awareness. The more you understand your own tendencies, triggers, and patterns of procrastination, the better equipped you are to overcome them. By paying attention to when and why you procrastinate, you can develop strategies to counteract these tendencies. This self-awareness helps you identify the root causes of procrastination and create personalized solutions that work for you, ensuring that you stay focused and take action consistently. Another key element of Stoic discipline is developing a sense of self-compassion. Procrastination often leads to feelings of guilt or self-criticism, which can create a negative cycle of inaction. The Stoics taught that self-compassion allows you to approach your mistakes with kindness rather than judgment. By practicing self-compassion, you create the mental and emotional space to recover from procrastination and take action without being weighed down by guilt. This self-kindness helps you stay motivated and focused on your goals, even when you encounter setbacks. Stoic discipline also involves cultivating a sense of inner peace. Procrastination often arises from a state of inner conflict, whether it's fear, doubt, or uncertainty. The Stoics believed that by cultivating inner peace through mindfulness, meditation, and reflection, you create the conditions for focused action. This inner peace allows you to take action with clarity and calm, rather than being driven by anxiety or stress. By prioritizing inner peace, you create the mental space needed to overcome procrastination and take action consistently. Finally, Stoicism teaches that overcoming procrastination requires a deep commitment to your goals. When you are truly committed to your goals, procrastination loses its hold over you. The Stoics believed that commitment is the foundation of disciplined action. By committing fully to your goals and values, you eliminate the option of delay or inaction. This commitment drives you to take immediate action, knowing that each step brings you closer to the life you want to live. With this commitment, procrastination becomes a distant memory, and action becomes your natural state of being. As we move beyond the struggle of procrastination and into the realm of emotional well-being, it becomes crucial to address a subject that impacts many lives: detaching from toxic relationships. Relationships can be one of the most significant sources of joy, but they can also become a deep source of pain when they are unhealthy. Toxic relationships drain your energy, distort your self-worth, and prevent you from experiencing true happiness. Stoicism offers practical wisdom for recognizing and breaking free from these harmful dynamics, allowing you to rediscover peace and happiness by aligning your relationships with your values. Toxic relationships often linger in your life because they feed off your emotional attachment. The Stoics teach that detachment is not about becoming cold or distant, but about understanding that your peace should not depend on external circumstances or people. When you release the emotional grip that toxic individuals hold over you, you reclaim control over your own happiness. This process begins by recognizing that your well-being is not tied to how others treat you, but to how you respond to them. With this awareness, you can begin to loosen the hold of unhealthy relationships. One of the reasons it's difficult to detach from toxic relationships is the emotional history that binds you to the other person. Whether it's a long friendship or a deep romantic relationship, the memories you've built together can create a sense of obligation or guilt. The Stoics remind you that the past does not define the present. Just because you've shared good times with someone in the past doesn't mean you need to tolerate harmful behavior in the present. By focusing on the here and now, you can see the relationship clearly for what it is, rather than being clouded by nostalgia. Toxic relationships thrive on manipulation, guilt, and control. One of the most empowering steps you can take is to set boundaries, a practice that Stoicism strongly encourages. Boundaries are not about building walls around yourself, but about protecting your emotional and mental well-being. When you set firm boundaries, you make it clear what behavior you will and will not accept. This act of self-respect helps you create distance from toxic influences, allowing you to preserve your inner peace. Setting boundaries is an essential first step toward detachment. Detaching from a toxic relationship also requires self-reflection. The Stoics encourage looking inward to understand why you may have tolerated harmful behavior for so long. Is it out of fear of being alone? Do you feel responsible for the other person's happiness? By questioning these internal motivations, you can uncover the reasons that have kept you stuck in an unhealthy dynamic. Once you gain this clarity, it becomes easier to let go and take action that is aligned with your well-being, rather than acting out of fear or guilt. Another critical aspect of detaching from toxic relationships is learning to let go of the need for approval. Toxic individuals often manipulate your desire for validation, making you feel as though their acceptance is necessary for your worth. Stoicism teaches that your value is inherent, not dependent on the opinions or treatment of others. When you internalize this lesson, the emotional hold that toxic people have on you weakens, and you no longer feel compelled to seek their approval. This newfound sense of self-worth gives you the strength to detach with confidence. One of the most liberating practices in Stoicism is recognizing what is within your control and what is not. In toxic relationships, people often try to change the other person, hoping that they will finally behave in a way that brings peace. But the Stoics remind us that you cannot control others. You can only control yourself. By accepting that the toxic individual may never change, you free yourself from the exhausting cycle of trying to fix the unfixable. This acceptance allows you to focus on what you can control: your actions, your boundaries, and your emotional responses. Toxic relationships can also distort your perception of happiness, making you believe that you need the other person in order to feel fulfilled. Stoicism teaches that true happiness comes from within, not from external sources. When you rely on someone else for your happiness, you give away your power. Detachment from toxic individuals is about reclaiming that power, recognizing that your contentment and peace come from living in alignment with your values, not from being in someone's good graces. This shift in perspective allows you to find joy in your own self-sufficiency. It's important to remember that detaching from toxic relationships doesn't always mean cutting ties completely. Sometimes it's about creating enough emotional and physical distance to protect your peace while maintaining some level of connection. The Stoics believed in maintaining balance and moderation in all aspects of life, and this applies to relationships as well. By creating space between yourself and the toxic person, you give yourself the opportunity to heal and rebuild your sense of self, without necessarily severing the relationship entirely. One of the most challenging aspects of detaching from toxic relationships is dealing with the guilt that often follows. You may worry that by distancing yourself, you are abandoning or hurting the other person. Stoicism teaches that true compassion involves doing what is best for both parties, even if it feels uncomfortable. Sometimes, the most loving thing you can do is to step back, allowing both yourself and the other person to grow independently. By detaching, you are not abandoning them. You are freeing both of you from a harmful dynamic that no longer serves either of you. Detaching from toxic relationships also involves forgiveness, not necessarily for the other person's sake, but for your own peace of mind. The Stoics believed that holding on to anger or resentment is a form of self-harm. By forgiving the toxic person, you release the emotional burden that has weighed you down. This forgiveness is not about excusing their behavior, but about freeing yourself from the negative emotions that keep you trapped in the past. Forgiveness allows you to move forward with a lighter heart, making it easier to detach and find happiness. Another crucial aspect of detaching from toxic relationships is recognizing the importance of surrounding yourself with positive, supportive individuals. The Stoics believed that the people you spend time with have a significant impact on your character and well-being. By distancing yourself from toxic influences and seeking out relationships that uplift and support you, you create an environment that fosters growth and happiness. Surrounding yourself with people who respect your boundaries and encourage your personal development helps you maintain the strength to stay detached from toxic dynamics. Detaching from toxic relationships often requires a shift in mindset. Toxic individuals thrive on drama and emotional chaos, which can leave you feeling drained and confused. The Stoics teach the importance of cultivating inner calm, regardless of external circumstances. By practicing mindfulness and focusing on your own emotional state, you can create a sense of peace that remains unaffected by the toxic person's behavior. This inner calm allows you to respond to the situation with clarity and composure, rather than being drawn into the emotional turmoil. In toxic relationships, it's common to feel as though you owe the other person something, whether it's your time, your energy, or your loyalty. The Stoics remind us that you owe nothing to someone who continually disrespects your well-being. Detaching is an act of self-preservation, not selfishness. By recognizing that your first responsibility is to yourself and your mental health, you can release the guilt that often accompanies detachment. This understanding empowers you to take the steps necessary to protect your peace, without feeling obligated to remain in a harmful situation. Another essential practice in Stoicism is focusing on your own growth. Toxic relationships can stunt your personal development, keeping you stuck in a cycle of emotional dependency and conflict. By detaching, you create space for yourself to grow and evolve. The Stoics believed that personal growth is a lifelong journey, and that every challenge is an opportunity to become stronger and wiser. Detaching from toxic relationships allows you to focus on your own journey, free from the distractions and limitations imposed by unhealthy dynamics. Stoicism also teaches the importance of letting go of what no longer serves you. In toxic relationships, it's easy to hold on to the hope that things will improve, even when all evidence points to the contrary. The Stoics remind us that clinging to false hope only prolongs suffering. By accepting that the relationship is no longer serving your well-being, you give yourself permission to let go and move on. This act of letting go is not a sign of weakness, but of strength. It shows that you value your peace and happiness enough to walk away from what is harmful. Another powerful Stoic principle for detaching from toxic relationships is practicing self-compassion. It's easy to blame yourself for staying in a toxic situation or for not recognizing the red flags sooner. But the Stoics believed that self-compassion is essential for healing and growth. By being kind to yourself and acknowledging that you did the best you could with the knowledge and resources you had at the time, you create the space for healing. This self-compassion allows you to move forward with grace, rather than being weighed down by regret or self-blame. Toxic relationships often leave you feeling powerless, as though you have no control over the situation. Stoicism teaches that true power comes from within, and that you always have control over your own actions and responses. By focusing on what you can control, your boundaries, your emotions, your choices, you reclaim your power from the toxic person. This shift in perspective empowers you to take control of your own happiness, rather than waiting for the other person to change or improve. You become the author of your own peace. Detaching from toxic relationships also involves practicing patience. It's natural to want immediate relief from the pain of a toxic relationship, but detachment is often a gradual process. The Stoics taught that patience is a virtue and that true change takes time. By practicing patience with yourself and the situation, you allow the detachment to unfold naturally. This patience helps you avoid rash decisions and ensures that you are making choices that are in alignment with your long-term well-being. One of the most empowering aspects of Stoicism is the belief that adversity is an opportunity for growth. Detaching from a toxic relationship is undoubtedly difficult, but it's also an opportunity to strengthen your character and deepen your understanding of yourself. The Stoics believed that every challenge is a chance to practice virtue, whether it's courage, wisdom, or self-discipline. By approaching the detachment process as an opportunity for growth, you transform a painful experience into a source of strength and resilience. Another important lesson from Stoicism is the idea of impermanence. Toxic relationships often feel like they will last forever, trapping you in a cycle of hopelessness. But the Stoics remind us that nothing in life is permanent and that change is always possible. This understanding of impermanence gives you hope and perspective, knowing that the pain of detachment will eventually pass. By accepting that all things, including relationships, are temporary, you free yourself from the fear of letting go and open yourself to new possibilities for happiness. Stoic philosophy also emphasizes the importance of aligning your actions with your values. In toxic relationships, it's easy to compromise your values in order to maintain peace or avoid conflict. But Stoicism teaches that true happiness comes from living in accordance with your principles. By detaching from relationships that force you to act against your values, you create space for authenticity and integrity in your life. This alignment with your values brings a deep sense of fulfillment and peace, allowing you to live with a clear conscience. Detaching from toxic relationships often requires a shift in perspective. The Stoics believed that how you perceive a situation determines how you experience it. By changing your perspective on the relationship, you can see it for what it truly is, rather than what you wish it could be. This clarity allows you to detach with confidence, knowing that you are making the best decision for your well-being. By shifting your perspective, you free yourself from the emotional fog that has kept you trapped in the toxic dynamic. Another essential Stoic principle for detaching from toxic relationships is the practice of acceptance. It's easy to get caught up in wishing the relationship were different or hoping that the other person will change. But the Stoics remind us that acceptance is the key to peace. By accepting the reality of the situation as it is, rather than as you wish it were, you free yourself from the emotional turmoil of trying to change the unchangeable. This acceptance allows you to detach with grace, knowing that you are choosing peace over conflict. In Stoicism, emotional resilience is a core virtue. Detaching from toxic relationships is not only about protecting yourself from harm, but also about building emotional resilience. The process of detachment teaches you how to withstand emotional challenges without losing your sense of self. This resilience allows you to face future challenges with greater strength and confidence, knowing that you have the ability to protect your peace and well-being. By developing this resilience, you become less vulnerable to toxic influences in the future. Stoic discipline is also essential for maintaining your detachment from toxic relationships. It's easy to fall back into old patterns or to be drawn back into the toxic dynamic when emotions are high. But by practicing discipline, you can stay committed to your decision to detach, even when it feels difficult. This discipline helps you maintain your boundaries, protect your peace, and stay focused on your own growth. It ensures that your detachment is not just a temporary fix, but a long-term commitment to your well-being. Finally, Stoicism teaches that true happiness comes from living in alignment with your values and principles, not from external validation or approval. Detaching from toxic relationships is an essential step toward reclaiming your happiness, as it allows you to live authentically and free from the emotional burdens that have held you back. By embracing Stoic principles of detachment, self-discipline, and inner peace, you open yourself to the possibility of finding true happiness, happiness that is not dependent on others, but that comes from within. As we move from the challenge of detaching from toxic relationships, we now focus on an equally important topic: how to stop waiting for the perfect moment and start taking control of your life. Too often, people get caught in the trap of postponing their dreams and goals, hoping for an ideal time that may never come. The Stoics teach that the only moment you truly have is now, and that waiting for the right conditions only delays progress. Life is fleeting, and the Stoic philosophy urges us to take ownership of every moment, choosing action over hesitation, and creating the life we desire through deliberate choices. Waiting for the right moment can feel safe. It gives you an excuse to avoid risk and stay within your comfort zone. But the Stoics knew that this kind of waiting is a form of self-deception, a way of avoiding the challenges that are necessary for growth. There is never a perfect moment, and the conditions will never align just right. By acknowledging this truth, you free yourself from the illusion of waiting and empower yourself to act. Taking control of your life means accepting that now is the only time you have to make meaningful progress. Stoic wisdom emphasizes that time is one of the most precious resources we possess. Every moment spent waiting is a moment lost, and once it's gone, it cannot be recovered. This sense of urgency isn't meant to create panic, but to instill a deep awareness of the value of time. When you stop waiting and start acting, you are making the most of the time you've been given. Every action, no matter how small, brings you closer to your goals. The longer you wait, the more opportunities slip through your fingers. One of the reasons people wait is the fear of failure. It's easier to delay action than to risk making mistakes. But Stoicism teaches that failure is not something to be feared. It is part of the path to success. By waiting for the right moment, you avoid not just failure, but also the possibility of growth. Taking control of your life means embracing failure as a learning experience, understanding that every mistake brings you closer to mastery. The fear of failure fades when you realize that waiting only prolongs the inevitable and that taking action is the true path to progress. Another reason people often wait is the desire for certainty. There is comfort in knowing exactly how things will turn out, but life offers no such guarantees. The Stoics believed that uncertainty is a natural part of life and that waiting for certainty is a fruitless endeavor. By accepting the unpredictability of life, you gain the freedom to act without needing to know the outcome. This acceptance allows you to move forward with confidence, knowing that you can handle whatever comes your way. Taking control of your life means letting go of the need for certainty and trusting in your ability to adapt. Stoicism also teaches that waiting for external circumstances to change is a form of giving away your power. When you believe that your happiness or success depends on factors outside of your control, you become a passive observer in your own life. But the Stoics remind us that we always have control over our own actions and responses. By focusing on what you can control, your choices, your efforts, your attitude, you take back your power. Waiting for the right moment puts control in the hands of fate, but taking action places control firmly in your own hands. One of the most powerful Stoic teachings is the idea that the perfect moment is a myth. People often think that once they have more money, more time, or more skills, then they'll be ready to take action. But life is constantly evolving, and new challenges and obstacles will always arise. Waiting for the perfect conditions is a way of avoiding action. The Stoics encourage us to act with the resources we have now, knowing that perfection is unattainable. Progress is made through action, not by waiting for the stars to align. Taking control of your life also involves overcoming the inertia of procrastination. The longer you wait to start, the harder it becomes to take that first step. Procrastination feeds on hesitation, creating a cycle of inaction. The Stoics teach that action breeds momentum. Once you begin, even in a small way, you start to build the energy needed to keep moving forward. By breaking the cycle of procrastination and taking immediate action, you create the momentum that leads to lasting progress. One of the key elements of Stoic thought is the concept of focusing on the present moment. When you are constantly waiting for the future, you are not fully engaged in the present. The future is uncertain, but the present is where your power lies. By acting now, you are shaping your future rather than waiting for it to arrive. The Stoics believed that the present moment is all you truly have, and that waiting for a better time is a way of avoiding responsibility. Taking control of your life means fully engaging with the present and making the most of the opportunities that exist now. Stoic philosophy also teaches that you must take responsibility for your own happiness and success. Waiting for external circumstances to improve or for others to change puts your well-being in their hands. But the Stoics remind us that we are responsible for our own lives. This sense of personal responsibility empowers you to take control of your life, knowing that you have the ability to create the conditions for your own success. By taking responsibility for your choices and actions, you stop waiting for the right moment and start creating it. Another key aspect of taking control of your life is developing resilience. Life is full of challenges, and waiting for the perfect moment often means waiting for a time when everything is easy. But the Stoics knew that adversity is a natural part of life, and that true progress comes from overcoming obstacles, not avoiding them. By building resilience, you learn to face challenges head-on rather than waiting for them to disappear. This resilience allows you to take control of your life, knowing that you have the strength to handle whatever comes your way. One of the most liberating aspects of Stoic philosophy is the understanding that you don't need external validation to take action. Many people wait for approval or encouragement from others before pursuing their goals. But Stoicism teaches that true strength comes from within, and that you don't need anyone's permission to live the life you want. Taking control of your life means trusting your own judgment and following your own path, regardless of whether others understand or support your choices. This inner confidence allows you to act boldly and with purpose. The Stoics also believed in the power of consistency. Waiting for the right moment often leads to inconsistency in effort, as you only act when conditions feel favorable. But true progress is made through steady, consistent effort over time. By taking small, deliberate actions every day, you build a foundation of discipline and perseverance. This consistency is what ultimately leads to success, not grand gestures or bursts of inspiration. Taking control of your life means committing to consistent action, regardless of external circumstances. Another powerful Stoic principle is the idea of focusing on what is essential. When you are waiting for the right moment, you often get caught up in distractions or unnecessary details that prevent you from moving forward. The Stoics teach that by focusing on what truly matters, you can eliminate the distractions that hold you back. This focus allows you to take action with clarity and purpose, knowing that you are directing your energy toward what is most important. Taking control of your life means prioritizing the essential and letting go of the trivial. Stoic wisdom also encourages you to embrace discomfort. Waiting for the right moment is often a way of avoiding discomfort, whether it's the discomfort of uncertainty, failure, or effort. But the Stoics believed that growth comes from facing discomfort head-on. By stepping into discomfort, you develop the strength and resilience needed to achieve your goals. Taking control of your life means being willing to endure discomfort in the pursuit of something greater. This willingness to face challenges, rather than waiting for comfort, is what leads to true progress. Another key element of taking control of your life is developing the habit of action. The Stoics believed that action is the antidote to fear and doubt. When you take action, even in small ways, you begin to dissolve the fears that keep you from moving forward. This habit of action builds confidence and momentum, making it easier to take on larger challenges. By cultivating the habit of taking action, you stop waiting for the right moment and start creating opportunities for success. Stoicism also teaches the importance of self-awareness. Often, waiting for the right moment is a sign that you are not fully aware of what is holding you back. The Stoics encourage deep self-reflection, asking yourself why you are delaying action and what fears or beliefs are keeping you stuck. By becoming aware of these internal barriers, you can begin to dismantle them and take control of your life. This self-awareness allows you to move forward with clarity and purpose, no longer held back by unconscious fears or doubts. Another essential aspect of Stoic philosophy is the understanding that action creates clarity. Many people wait for the right moment because they believe they need more information or certainty before they can move forward. But the Stoics teach that action is what creates the clarity you seek. By taking the first step, you gain insight and understanding that would not have been possible through waiting alone. This willingness to act, even in the face of uncertainty, allows you to gain the knowledge and experience needed to make informed decisions. Taking control of your life means embracing action as a way to find clarity, rather than waiting for clarity to come to you. The Stoics also believed in the power of adaptability. Life is unpredictable, and waiting for the right moment often involves waiting for conditions that may never come. By cultivating adaptability, you learn to take action in whatever circumstances you find yourself in. This flexibility allows you to move forward, even when the path isn't clear or the conditions aren't ideal. Taking control of your life means being adaptable, adjusting your approach as needed, and continuing to make progress regardless of external factors. One of the most empowering aspects of Stoic thought is the belief that you are always in control of how you respond to life's challenges. Even when external circumstances are beyond your control, you have the power to choose your response. Waiting for the right moment often involves waiting for external conditions to improve, but Stoicism teaches that true control lies in your ability to respond effectively to whatever life throws at you. By focusing on your response, rather than waiting for the situation to change, you take control of your life and move forward with purpose. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of discipline. Waiting for the right moment often leads to inconsistency in effort, as you only act when conditions feel favorable. But true progress is made through steady, consistent effort over time. By taking small, deliberate actions every day, you build a foundation of discipline and perseverance. This consistency is what ultimately leads to success, not grand gestures or bursts of inspiration. Taking control of your life means committing to consistent action, regardless of external circumstances. Another key aspect of Stoic philosophy is understanding the power of perspective. Waiting for the right moment often involves focusing on what's missing or what's wrong with the current situation. But the Stoics teach that perspective is everything. By shifting your focus to what you can do now, rather than what you lack, you create opportunities for action. This shift in perspective empowers you to take control of your life, seeing challenges as opportunities rather than obstacles. With the right perspective, you stop waiting and start acting. Stoicism also teaches the importance of courage. It takes courage to act, especially when the outcome is uncertain or the path is difficult. Waiting for the right moment is often a way of avoiding the fear that comes with taking risks. But the Stoics believed that courage is essential for living a meaningful life. By facing your fears and taking action despite them, you develop the strength needed to achieve your goals. Taking control of your life means embracing courage, knowing that fear is a natural part of the journey but not a reason to delay action. The Stoics also believed in the value of purpose. When you have a clear sense of purpose, it becomes easier to take action, regardless of the circumstances. Waiting for the right moment often involves a lack of clarity about what you truly want or what your goals are. But when you are connected to a deeper sense of purpose, you are motivated to act, knowing that every step brings you closer to fulfilling that purpose. Taking control of your life means aligning your actions with your purpose, creating a sense of direction and meaning in everything you do. Another important lesson from Stoicism is the idea that progress is more important than perfection. Many people wait for the right moment because they believe they need to be fully prepared or have everything figured out before they can start. But the Stoics teach that perfection is an illusion, and that progress is what truly matters. By taking imperfect action, you create momentum and learn along the way. Waiting for perfection only delays growth, but taking action, even when things aren't perfect, leads to real progress. Stoic philosophy also encourages gratitude for the present moment. When you are constantly waiting for the future, you miss out on the opportunities and blessings that exist right now. The Stoics believed that by cultivating gratitude for what you have in the present, you are more likely to take action rather than waiting for something better to come along. Gratitude shifts your focus from what's lacking to what's possible, empowering you to make the most of the present moment. Taking control of your life means appreciating the opportunities you have now and acting on them with gratitude. Another key aspect of Stoic thought is the belief in self-reliance. Waiting for the right moment often involves relying on external circumstances or other people to change. But Stoicism teaches that true strength comes from within and that you have the power to create the life you want through your own efforts. By cultivating self-reliance, you stop waiting for others to take action on your behalf and start taking responsibility for your own success. This self-reliance empowers you to take control of your life, knowing that you have the strength and resources to achieve your goals. Stoicism also teaches the importance of humility. Waiting for the right moment can sometimes be a sign of pride, the belief that you should only act when conditions are perfect or when you are guaranteed success. But the Stoics remind us that humility is essential for growth. By accepting that you will make mistakes and face challenges along the way, you free yourself from the need for perfection and are more willing to take action. This humility allows you to take control of your life, knowing that progress is made through effort, not through waiting for the perfect moment. Finally, Stoicism teaches that life is a series of choices and that every moment is an opportunity to choose how you will live. Waiting for the right moment is a choice, but it's a choice that leads to stagnation and missed opportunities. By choosing to take control of your life, you are making the decision to live fully and with purpose, rather than allowing fear or doubt to hold you back. Every action you take is a step toward the life you want to create, and by embracing Stoic principles, you can stop waiting and start living with intention. As we come to the end of this journey into the heart of Stoicism, one truth remains clear: life is happening now. Every moment wasted is a step further from your potential, from the happiness and peace you deserve. Stoicism offers you the tools to break free from distractions, build unshakable mental strength, and live a life of meaning and purpose. You no longer need to wait for the right moment or be weighed down by toxic relationships. Instead, you can take control, align your actions with your values, and embrace each day with the courage and clarity that Stoicism provides. Now, it's time to take the next step. Leave a comment below and share the one Stoic principle you're excited to apply in your life. Let's start a conversation that inspires action and accountability. And if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell. Join a community that's committed to personal growth, and together we'll continue to learn how to live fully, with purpose, and without regret. Your best life starts now.